I haven't made that joke yet. Today the title is You Shovel 16 Tons. What do I have it on YouTube? Orcs of the Six? Yeah. That hurt. You know, honestly, if you say Civ 7 with emphasis on the 7, maybe it's a good thing they made some bad design decisions with that game. Like, Civ 7 is funny as well because it's older than the 6-7 joke. Like, genuinely, it's funny. Like, I find that shit hilarious. Like, truly. Truly. Oh, same. Some otters. Well, online spaces are not safe for children. Oh, no, I know. Like, I was talking with the... I was talking with a guy I know. I'll put it that way. And, he was talking about, like, his, like... Basically, we were recounting, like, holidays. Like, going out and staying with family and all that. You know, like, what people do on holidays when you have a big family. And I was being a little bit nostalgic, because he's like, yeah, no, you know, there was, like, 15 kids all sleeping on mattresses in the basement. And I'm just like, nature is healing. There's still a society. He said that specifically one of his nieces, all night, every night, because they were over there for 2 nights, was on her phone under a blanket. All night. And then all day. Just always on her phone. And it's like... And I think just, like, online time is unhealthy for humans in copious amounts if it's specifically, like, social media. And so, like, when there's... Online spaces aren't safe for kids. There's that, but also I think we won't get this. But we need education. Because, like, when I was younger, it was always, like, stranger danger, like, have, like, a passphrase to shout if somebody shows up and says that your parents sent them to pick you up in a van or whatever. Like, all of the, you know, free candy things. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about? That, like, the post-80s serial killer scares now. And now, to me, like, the biggest threat is just, like, all your children are addicted to TikTok. And, like, not even just, like, addicted, but, like, can't answer a multiple choice, or it can't answer a opinion question because they can't ask ChatGPT for their opinion, kind of thing. You know, it's like, it's like that is scary to me. And we need education, but, like, millennials, most of my generation aren't educated in that, and just kind of accepted it. And we're seeing it in young people, and it's wild. But that being said, I do think that, like, ironically, or unironically, I spent a lot of time on shitty spaces online, and I turned out okay, I think. But at the very least, like, the shitty spaces that I think that some otters and I'm referring to, they weren't addictive. You know? Like, it was shitty, but it was shitty that, like, was just trying to be funny in a lot of cases, or at least that's what it felt like, regardless of it was or if it wasn't. I do think that that is not a sentence I ever wanted to read in my chat ever, so I'm just gonna do this. Some otters, please don't take this personally. If you take every hyper extreme example of everything, some otters, you're not gonna make any progress in a positive direction. Like, you know, the internet shouldn't exist because there was the children who thought that Slender Man was real, right? Like, bleh. Tried finding the stream archive, but you couldn't. It should be up, Rofus. It's also up on the VOD channel already. It's not very good. Don't buy it. That's the actual advice. Just don't buy it. I did a little bit more digging after I finished that stream. Don't buy it. Shitty but harmless. I mean, I've said that. I've stolen this line from Strange Eons. If you guys aren't familiar, Strange Eons is my favorite lesbian on the internet, and she makes videos about the internet on YouTube, and she uploaded a video, I don't know, 6 months ago, maybe a year ago now. Time has no meaning. But she uploaded a video which was recounting the 4chan Tumblr wars. If you don't remember, lucky you. But I remember that. I remember that era. Like, I was on 4chan during that era and thought it was really fucking dumb. Like, I vividly remember, like, shitposting in some of those threads and being like, y'all are fucking stupid. Fucking grow up, you incel. I didn't have that word at the time. And it's really fucking funny because one of the things she starts that video off with is there was points where 4chan accidentally did an activism. Yeah, Adobe's gone crazy, Bran. That's the true takeaway here. It's like 4chan accidentally did positive things back in the days. Like, they like harassed fucking Scientologists into submission in multiple instances and started positive protests against very negative things. Accidentally. The memes. And like, Something Awful is kind of a similar place in a lot of ways, where it's like, there's some really shitty things on Something Awful, but they accidentally do great things. And I think Something Awful actually has managed to preserve that, whereas 4chan just like devolved into stupidity. Like, they're just too busy drinking their own piss over there, and just like they can't even like keep up with semblances of reality anymore. And like, that was the era of 4chan that I liked. So I mean, it's a very different place now. For clarity here, I haven't actively posted on 4chan, I want to say, since about 2011. It's been about that. It was around like the time that the ironic fascism started, and I was like, I'm good. This just sucks. Cory and the White House, the best video game. I mean, sure, like, harmless shit, you know? Like, I mean, I think to me, like, starting to get to the line with that stupid website was probably... You can charge your iPhone by putting it in the microwave. Because, like, on one hand, that's doing material damage to dumb people. On the other hand, that is actually kind of dangerous. It could burn your house down. But it is funny. I like how you could just say that 4chan is basically Twitter now. I mean, yeah, I think it's actually the other way around. I think these days 4chan is just... I mean, here's the thing, though. 4chan also still does things that I'm like, actually, that's maybe not bad. Like, they're stonewalling the UK government and their draconian internet laws. Like, I kind of respect them for that. Like, I don't agree with everything they permit on their platform, but, like, there is things that 4chan stands for and 4chan does that I go, you know what? Yeah, actually. Yeah. It's kind of like what I liked Reddit for. Actually, that's also why I stopped posting on 4chan, because Reddit was just, like, more interesting 4chan. And now Reddit sucks, too. But that's for different reasons. Every place is garbage for different reasons. This is our city. Welcome to our city. We also have these mines up here. I'm not very good at this game, so I will be babbling and asking questions occasionally to people who play more of it than me. I have about... Actually, here, I could... It like, doesn't like it when I do that. I will quickly tell you my hour count, for those of you who are curious, because someone's going to tell me, and then if I check, I'll remember for the rest of the day. I have 146.7 hours in this video game. I think I put about 100 hours of it into it before it released on Steam. And it was a very different game back then. Back then, I had a city at one point of about 15,000 people. The overworld stuff didn't do anything. Management was a lot more simple. It was a lot more just scale up, get big, easy life, easy money. Reminds you of a motherboard chip. How so? Is it the circles? But then from, or is it because of the big orchards at the center? Are you still a toilet? I haven't deleted your toilet. If you can remember where your toilet was, yes, you are in fact still a toilet. There is your glorious toilet, the pink primeval of toilets. Still exists. You're welcome. But, yeah, if you want to name things, I do have naming enabled, I think. It should be enabled. Actually, I don't have the feed up, but you should be able to redeem things if you're here on Twitch. Something small that I would like to mention before I start playing and speed the game up a little bit is if you're watching on Twitch, how do you get the Steam count hours? In your rig, it only sees the launcher itself, so you have 3 hours in a game even though I played it for hundreds. I don't know, it's never not worked for me. It just, like, you go to Steam, and it's, like, right there, playtime. It's always been there. I know that in the early days it didn't count it so accurately, so I have some games from, like, 10 years ago that, like, have very inaccurate hour counts, but... anyway, if you're watching here on Twitch, all you need to do is type in !legends, and I can copy-paste it into the YouTube chat as well, if you like. If you haven't seen this yet, this is Legends from my current Dwarf Fortress world, and I know that might be a little bit redundant because I'm not streaming Dwarf Fort, but I just want people to be aware of this because I'm kind of stress testing it. This is my current world that I'm playing in, which has had the Fortress Wave Pool, Hot Spring, not Wave Pool, in it. You can go through all the different civilizations. It doesn't have the world map because this is an older version of Legends browser, not Legends viewer. But you can go through and look at all the different regions, read about all the events that have happened in it, see all the different characters that have existed within it. You can keep tabs or whatever, bookmark things. This is all being hosted by me, so I'm hosting this on my server. So next week when we go back into the Realms of Dwarfs, we can use this, and I will be updating it in the evenings after I'm done streaming. There's two things that I really want to do with this, because I was thinking about this last night and taking notes. The first is, I think it would be really cool if I could have, like, a historic archive of my worlds with, like, a little menu that you could go through and select the different ones. That's the first thing. And then the second thing that I really would like to do with this, that I think would be awesome, but I don't know how the fuck I would do this, would be have some sort of repository where I could, like, link different videos to different worlds that I've made in specific worlds, or, like, at the very least, playlists to specific worlds, so you could, like, see all my YouTube VODs plus, like, the world that it took place in. I think that would be neat. And the other thing that I think would be neat is if I could make it so other people could upload their worlds, because, like, Dwarf Fortress has a great wiki, but it would be awesome to have a wiki type setup, but specifically for Legends that you could browse. Like, wouldn't it be dope if there was just, like, here is just, like, a world's history, and then, like, this story that was written about it that somebody wrote, and, like, these screenshots of this fortress that somebody built. I think that would be really fucking cool. Like, almost like an SCP type, what's the word I'm looking for here? Forum? Shutcrack? What in the fuck? Shutcrack is a dungeon in Treaty Races, because of course it is. It was constructed by the Future Society. They're not to be trusted. So anyways, that's something that I think is really neat, and I think could be really cool. I don't know. I'm just, like, spitballing here. I mean, Boat Mortared's Legends would probably actually be very underwhelming because it's such an early version of the game. I already do that, Elmiran. I do actually already do that, but I would need to have a historic archive, because right now the way this is set up is it's one world's XML, and then it would be the next world's XML after that, right? Like, it's not... like, I don't currently have a way of hosting multiple XML files at a time. Just the one. Just the individual one. So, that's the current hang-up, but... Alright, so this is the city currently. We have 1,037 Cretonians. I'm kind of planning on starting to bring in some dwarves, which, like, I could, but the reason I'm kind of planning on bringing them in is because I got all these diamonds, I got all these rock, and I got all this. I'll be honest, I don't know how to limit certain housing, so what I'm thinking about doing is basically building a bunch of housing in here and seeing if I can figure out how to specifically set this as just the dwarf housing. And then get the dwarves working these 2 coal mines and then get them a big-ass gem mine. But I'm gonna wait until we get to a point where we're there. With different subdomains, that would make AWS beg for me to stop. I mean, if I'm hosting all of that locally, that actually might become a lot for me, specifically, but... I mean, Cloudflare would just, like, scream at me after a while. It'd just be like, what the fuck are you doing? So yeah, that's the plan, is I want to make this more usable by, or more populatable. I want to get these mines embiggened. I want to get those gems accessible. And I want to do that. But currently we're just orcs, and they don't really like digging underground. But I really would like this to be done potentially before I do that, because food has been a constant issue in this world. The next thing I actually could probably do, because I'm looking at the amount of coal that I have, I'm just gonna pause this mine entirely, because I've just got so much coal. We're just gonna slowly work our way through that, and then how am I doing on the ore? Same with ore. We've also got so much ore. So let's just go up here and shut you down as well. So I'm just gonna let them work on tools. We made a bunch of warhammers, but tools and yeah. That's where we're at with that. The other goal that I have for today that I need to figure out how to do, because I actually don't know how to do this, is I want to take out this army, because we're right here, and we're completely blocked in. This is the only faction we have access to, and they are a neutral faction. They're made up of bugs. So I want to be able to trade with more than just them. Well, bugs and, like, a couple of those guys. Their garrison is, like, 200 bugs, and then, like, 100 of these dudes. I don't have that big of an army right now, but I do have 200. I'm slowly working on it. I want to take over that location, and I have no idea how to do that. So I get to figure out how to do that today. That's my goals. Any questions? I have plenty, so hopefully you do too. But yeah, that's what we're up to for the day. Oh, also, I'm going to do this before I forget. I'm just going to do a real quick super screenshot. I'll do another one when the sun comes up. May or may not be doing this for thumbnails. I actually really like the super screenshot feature. One of my favorite features in the game. I mean, my only request is that you just help keep the conversation moving. That's my only request. Just help keep that chat moving. Just stating that it's your favorite isn't necessarily keeping the chat moving. It's like when I say, hey, chat, help me keep the chat moving, and then chat's like, beers! It's like, well, okay, that's helpful, but like that's not really what I meant. It's not really what I meant. It's like I appreciate the idea, but conversation is key. You don't know enough to question? Well, just hang out and chill and don't let the chat die. So it's Wednesday, chat. I mean, sorry, it's Wednesday, my dudes. So Thursday this week will actually be my last stream. And depending on how busy it is today, we'll either be doing this tomorrow or we'll be doing Manor Lords tomorrow, because we're in an ad break now. Because I've wanted to check back in on Manor Lords. And tomorrow evening, actually, I'm very excited. I get to go see Bad Religion. I'm sure they'll have plenty of fun things to say. You did not get far, but you like it. That's definitely this kind of game. I'm in an ad break. I'm just gonna go do something real quick. I'll be right back. Ads aren't even done yet. I won. Really lovely and endearing. I think the hard part about the art style of Songs of Six is the fact that there's no smooth zoom. Like, that's the biggest limitation for me. I'm very used to zooming in and out, but it's very easy to move around so fast that it's really hard to follow. And I've actually found that when watching other people stream this game. And sometimes I get lost in my own city because I'm zooming in and out too much. Like, I kind of wish there was one more level of zoom before this one. But are civs assigned to jobs like in DF? Yeah, but you can be a little bit more specific. I finally found a streamer who plays this game. I play it once every 6 months or so. For about a week. You wanted to wait until it cooked a little bit more, but you would be excited about tomorrow. I mean, hopefully we get to play more of this, because if I'm playing it tomorrow, it means that nobody showed up today. This is a hard game to stream, because it's a game that, I don't know, like I think as I was just kind of trying to describe, like it's easy to follow initially, and it gets difficult quickly as the city gets large. But I don't know. I think it's worth the struggle in most cases. We have a very large cotton industry. Vegetables, I could be doing better. I kind of want to pump a little bit of water over here. And we need to do more research. This is something I really need. Healthcare. More healthcare. I do have a hospital, but I don't have opiate yet. So I've got this queued up to be worked on. We've got a little bit of stone in here. There is a small, where is it? Down here. Opiate deposit. I think there might actually be two. So I just need to make sure that those are queued up. There's one up here. Actually, don't even know when these are in season. But when those pop into season, we'll get those harvested. Drugs! Yes, correct. I mean, we need it for the hospital. That's like actually the most legitimate reason to have opium, is hospital. Pain relief, you know? Like that actually kind of, that is a legitimate use for opium. I find I almost never have this in this game, but I have a reasonable supply of clothing. Okay, so let me just go through here and see what I can work on that I haven't done yet. We've got a hospital. Got speaker, I got stage. I could do another graveyard. I don't have any chambers because I don't have any, I haven't mined any jewels yet. Don't have any culverts or any of that, which we could do. Could build a breeder. I don't have an army supply depot, actually. And this is where my military trains. So I'm just gonna... Can I make these bigger? Okay, so not much bigger. I'm gonna plunk that down. It's in the late summer, fall due to for a season fan. Fair enough. I mean, that would make sense. If students do actually have anywhere to put opium, I presume I do. I presume I do. How many people do you want to send over here? 28? Yeah, let's do it. Bring it in. Metal Fuse, hello. It's good to see you. Delicious macro concerns? Macro concerns. What makes them so delicious? also just checking something. Okay. I might actually renovate this down to there, because I'm gonna bring water out to here. Is something I'm gonna do. Because I can just go here, type in water. Let's go. What the heck is crystal water? Let's just do that there. And then I will go for a canal. We're going to go all the way out to here. Culvert transports water similar to canals, but underground, and connects to other culverts. So I'm going to... Can I go underneath these buildings? I guess not. Smart remove. Let's get rid of you. That's not at all what I wanted to do. Not a very smart removal, was that? I know disable's probably what I would have wanted to use, but it's too late now. Alright, so probably what I'm gonna do then is just go down to here. Because I kind of want to get like a pool or something over here once I get that far, because there's like no water access over there, which really is something that I could use there. So, canal. Let's run to there. Culvert. Let's just go down to there. And then suspend. Let's just get rid of these. Disable. Disable job, you said? Our lives. Cancel job, that's what I need. Thank you very much for the 10-pack. It's very kind of you. That's like doubling the income for today, because we had, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 subscriptions. And you just dropped a 10-pack. That's extremely kind. Thanks a ton, dude. Now, the question is, where do I want it specifically? Probably down here. The thing is, now I'm looking at this, it would have been way quicker to just pump it up from down here. But maybe what I'll do is I will also pump one up from down here. Like, culvert. No, not a culvert. Canal. And pump water from down here. You have to go buy stuff for work. Alrighty, we'll see you when you get back, or when you have free time again. Hopefully you get to buy fun stuff for work. I've always been secretly a little bit jealous of people with corporate jobs, where they get to work in an office building surrounded by computers, and then they get to just go spend a bunch of corporate money on like monitors and stuff. I've talked to people who've worked in office jobs where it's just like, you have 100 grand, upgrade a bunch of desks. It's like, sweet, that sounds fun. Spending money that isn't yours is good. Pump. I'm actually not sure if this will be strong enough, so we'll see. If only it were that easy at your office. Yeah, I know it's never that easy. Also, let's actually go here and get rid of a bunch of this. Just up to there for right now. And also, we're just gonna run over here, give that a little bit more. And over here, give that a lot more. Okay. Kind of like iffy on this one up here now. Oh well, we'll let them finish. If I don't like it, I can move it later. You don't know, I mean, that's the nightmare, right? It's when things are working that I'm quietly jealous of it. Where the heck are pools? I just want to know how many points I need. There it is. Bathhouses. Swimming pools. This I can buy, so I will buy that. Moat pond pool. Fancy well. Okay. So, Chad, who here knows how the overworld military works? Because I want to nuke my neighbors. What would I need to take over an army of like 200 bugs and like 50 of these lizard people that are just south of me, do you think? I'm tired of them trying to extort me. Marines, Sure. An accident happened. Oh no! There were 5 deaths. Oh no! We're also out of housing. Can you poison their well? Gosh, I wish. That would make things so much easier than having to stab them with pointy sticks. Also, is it fair for me to say that poisoning their well is frowned upon in most societies? Can I just make that up and say that? It's considered unsportsmanlike? Because I feel like it would be. I don't know. Don't mind the noise from the, you know, the neighboring carpenter. I'm also going to go up to you real quick, Smithy, and set you down to 0. I'm just going to make a supply of smelted iron. Because, like, they're slowly going through it. It's going to take them a while, but... I mean, we invented it, right? I mean, the humans did. The poisoning the well thing. Quantity over quality, have more troops, and then park your army right next to their city and choose wait, and you besiege them. If you outnumber them and outpower them badly enough, they will usually just sit there and take it. Wait a year or so, and then you can walk right in. Okay, next question I have. When you say overpower, like how many soldiers approximately are you thinking? And what do I need to supply the soldiers with? Because I recall there being rations. So currently I'm very slowly creating rations, and rations are not permitted as food. I seem to recall that, like having to send, you know, an army with a pile of rations. Is that still a thing that I need to concern myself with? Rations, weapons, armor, and booze if possible. Okay! So I guess maybe the final question I have is, how many rations do you think I need for an army of the size that you think I need? Because I kind of want some numbers that I can set as a minor goal here. Mercs cost dollars but don't need supplies. That's the other thing, is I am like actually exporting stuff. Currently, I'm slowly... Whoopsies. I am exporting ore, which actually I should stop exporting because I got more valuable exports. I'm going to go back to exporting clothing now that we have a surplus again. Caught back up on that. Where did clothing go? It used to be a vertical list, which I find way easier to sort. I will find it eventually. There it is. Like I'm exporting clothing, although I need to put some more workers in on this. And I'm also exporting clothing. Clothing X2. What else could I export that I have a lot of? I could just do cloth, actually. Like I'm exporting stuff that has value to it, right? There should be stuff within radius. What are you talking about? It's literally right there that it's being made. It's stored right here. Actually, stored up there. But anyway, I am exporting stuff and I am making money from it slowly. So I think like. How much are the mercenaries, actually? I did see that menu not too long ago. Is it this menu? Recruit, nope. I remember seeing that menu, and now I can't find it. I did find the mercenary menu once. The gold icon? Where? There. Oh, there. Yeah, so, like, that's not that expensive. For an army of what? 105 elves? It's like 228,000? It's like, I've had that a couple of times. I just need to not spend my money. Like, that's all I need to do, is just not spend it. As long as I don't spend it, we'll be okay. Training them is also effective. We are training. I have this location. And this location. And, actually, I should probably just create another squad. Because I don't know. I've got, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 squads? They've got leather armor, they've got warhammers, and they've got shields. I can make more warhammers and more weapons as needed. I was thinking about making some spears. But as far as I can tell, unless there's something I need to edit here. Actually, I think I need to do this, don't I? Yeah, okay, I do need to do this. And then I need to make more of the shields and more of the warhammers, which is easy to do. Interesting, okay. This UI used to be completely different. It used to be like a click drag UI. I'm sure some of you have seen it and know what I'm talking about. Wait, hold up. I can give you a weapon or I can give you a hammer? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, fine. If you insist. Huh. Okay. I'm slowly figuring out what this menu does. Oh, I see. Hold up. Is it like a percent? No, okay, it's not like a percentage. It's like I can just select one. Is a hammer two-handed? Maybe. It doesn't seem to specify. Sure, it amps up their effectiveness, but like... Is this like just implying that I can't... I'm assuming that means that I'm just out, but... Does this imply that I can't, like, assign more than one type of weapon to them, I guess? Because, like, a shield counts as a weapon? Which is odd. But, okay. How's my furniture doing? Not great. Let's let them... increase the amount of furniture. I'm actually gonna wait a little bit because food's a little on the low. And let's change you back over to shields. And let's change you to spears. Although I'm out of metal again, which is actually kind of nuts because I thought I had metal running and didn't have this running. Although maybe I have something that consumes metal. I don't actually. It's certainly possible. I should also go here and just type in dig. Dig into mountain. And I don't think these can collapse. And if they can, well then I will feel dumb later. And oh well. Woe is me, I guess. If that happens. Hey chat, can those cave in? Because if they can, I will put in pillars. If they can't, then I won't bother. Because I need space. How's it going? I don't know, it's going. How's your day going, Crack Odor? It's like cat piss, eh? Wait, are we talking about the smell of crack cooking or the smell of crack being smoked? Because crack cooking is definitely cat piss. I kind of just want to call you cat piss now. Anyway. Swords and spears and shields also works? Okay, that's interesting. But I guess Warhammer's a two-handed thing. Gotcha. Neither, actually. Projects. RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress are both colony builders. This game is a macro city builder and empire builder. So this is less RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress and more, like big Anno. Like Anno or, what did you just come into? Me digging out a lot of the Underground and talking at YouTube chat about whether or not this is more like RimWorld or Dwarf Fort. This is more like Anno or Pharaoh or any other kind of walk-based city builder. Like, the characters do have their own stats and, like, a little bit of personality, but it is very minimal in comparison to what Dwarf Fortress or RimWorld does. So this is a city builder as city builder. Like, I have 1,000 population right now. And this game also has a overworld component, which is pretty minimal right now in my save. So this is like my world, and there's a little bit of empire building Total War in this level. The other thing I guess I'll say about this game, if you haven't seen it before, to anybody in either chat, is this is very much a, oh, that's what's using up all the metal. That makes sense. I didn't realize those used metal. Okay, hold on. I'm actually just gonna cancel all these and just run a normal canal there. I don't care if it takes longer to walk over. They can suffer? Watching a lot of my tutorials. I like that the tutorials are still relevant. I've had some people recently being like, since this tutorial is like 2 years old, I'm like, but all of the content in it is still relevant. Why do I need to remake it? I should just re-upload the same tutorials and just not tell anybody. Although then YouTube would be like, content mill, and I would get set on fire by the content mill police. Which basically means like YouTube would never suggest any of my content ever again. I do genuinely wonder how many people would actually notice, because they are, definitely mostly still relevant. Yeah, they'll build little, like, roads will get built in naturally over top of canals. I don't want to wait for the pieces. So, oh well. I feel like having the actual metal is more valuable at the moment. Yeah, I think So in YouTube chat, somebody says that the stream is a black screen. I just want to confirm on both Twitch and YouTube. You can see me and I'm not a black screen, correct? If I'm invisible, well then... Oh no. I'm going to build a pool here. Unrelated to just about everything. But I also need to make a masonry, which I don't think I have. Yeah, I need... which thing? Masonry. Surprise, the technology I need. I think what I should actually do is just build a big-ass, maybe not big-ass, but bigger laboratory, because I've got a bunch of small ones. Very easy. Like, there's two of my laboratories. I need a bigger series of laboratories. I'm thinking maybe up here. So I've got 74 unemployed dorks up in here. Let's just go square. Let's shrink you in. There and there. But yeah, I'm glad that the Dwarf Fortress tutorials are still useful to people. That is a good thing. This is gonna have pretty expensive maintenance, I think. Oh well, it's fine. Actually, you know what? I don't want them at that end. I would like these doors right here. This will be for research. Much in the way of research. Kind of like a library. In a way. That's going to be giant. And it'll take forever to build, but it'll be fine. I also need another carpenter shop, I think. Let's go back to furniture. And back to furniture. And we can get this done. Yeah, no, they want a ridiculous amount of pawns. Like, they basically want to live in, like, a sculptured Japanese garden. And honestly, I respect it. And Farm Simulator? There's not enough of those. Although, I would say that maybe this is me being judgmental of a game I don't really play. Isn't, like... Okay, so when I think of an ant farm, I think of, like, the commercialized, purchasable ant farm that used to be sold in, like, Scholastic magazine a lot when I was younger, which was, like, a plastic thing that was about that thick and had sand in it, and you could horizontally look at an ant farm, which, as somebody who lives in an apartment now, would be, like, my fucking nightmare to have in my house. Like, those things are fucking scary to me, but, because ants in my house is very scary to me. I'm not a fan. However, would an ant farm simulator not just be oxygen not included? Because it's, like, horizontal and viewed like an ant farm? Like, in reality, isn't that the ant farm sim? You know? Like, am I on the money with that? Okay, so that's got 14 people working in it. That's got 14 people working in it. When this is done, I may just nuke these two. Depending on how many people are working in it. Sim ant from the Macintosh days? Well, I mean, these days it's Empires of the Undergrowth. We're gonna get hit by an ad break. I will slow the game down to minimum possible speed when the ad break hits. And this is also a reminder on the people on the Twitch side of things. If you want to name something, you can. Buildings are up for naming. Random duders are up for naming. Ant farms are banished in city skylines. I love the idea of referring to city skylines as an ant farm. I mean, every single one of those high rises is definitely at the very least an ant farm, if not a cockroach farm as well. Ezekiel, it's good to see you. What's up, man? Good with you at Kenton. Is there like a SimAnt open source project? All the ants are on bicycles. Hey, if ants knew what a bicycle was, I'm sure they would also be on bicycles. Actually, no. They would be on Harley Davidsons. They would ride in single file on Harley Davidsons, and then ride back out holding... Elfie, if you're here, this is your sketching prompt for the day. An ant on a Harley Davidson carrying a giant leaf above its head while riding a Harley Davidson. Peacebringer Army surplus. The morally justified Peacebringer Army surplus. Also, this has got an issue. There are no armies that need to select the selected resources in here. Oh. Anyway. Peacebringer Army... Army surplus... Serp. Sorry, I ran out of text. Actually, if I put a no space there. Army Serp... That's as far as I can go. Pax Bringer Army... Whoops. Surplus. Thumb up? Considering it's not working. I think that's quite impressive, actually. Road. Let's also just go roads. See, normally masonry is one of the first things I go for, so this is actually kind of a odd start for me. Not having masonry. Mercenary? What? Okay, so let's... Yeah, it's gonna take a little bit. Although, furniture's ticking up again, which is what I really need. Hello, Zildy. And to those of you on the YouTube side of things, YouTube doesn't like promoting this game, at least when I'm streaming it. So if you're watching on YouTube, do leave a like. Build a City Skylines 1 city where all the goods enter on trains and all the blocks are connected via raised sidewalk, and you can almost eliminate cars. It is impossible to completely eliminate cars, but you can come pretty close. I've managed to do it for sections of cities. Like, it is really satisfying in City Skylines when, like, you just see crowds of people moving in and out of, like, train stations. Like, that is very satisfying to witness. This will get done pretty quick, I think. Yeah, pretty quick. And she'll definitely help employ the extra orcs that we has. And then soon I'll be able to expand that, and then expand that as well. It is a lot. What, for City Skylines? Oregon? Or just in general? Because I have lots to learn in general. I don't know shit about shit. Am I the only person on Earth? And actually, I know I am, because nobody else is this person. I feel like I'm the only person on Earth who is really, truly, genuinely disappointed that Colossal Order made City Skylines 2. I wanted Cities in Motion 3. With better tech. That's... Like, I was the one person going, okay, they made a bunch of money on City Skylines, it's great. They can just kind of expand that game forever. And maybe put out a sequel in 10 years or 20 years that is, like, an engine upgrade. But, like, first we'll get Cities in Motion 3 first, right? Like, that'll I was, like, I psyched myself into believing that. and I was genuinely excited for a little while. And now I'm like genuinely bummed out about it. I wouldn't be the only disappointed person. Yeah. It's funny is I know a streamer who makes a living playing City Skylines. Like I know several actually, more or less, but I know one in particular who had access to City Skylines before it released, City Skylines 2. And I was at TwitchCon and I ran into him at the partner event thing, and was just like, hey, like how's like the press builds of City Skylines 2, because I hadn't bothered playing it. And he's like, you know, I think it's gonna be a weird launch. It's like, it's gonna be a bumpy one. Was his particular term that he used. I think he was right. This game is broken and not in a fun way. It just ran really bad. And not like in like, wow, this runs bad, but after, you know, a pretty long period of time in game, and I kind of know what I did, and I know it's my fault. Like, I felt that way with City Skylines 1, where like, you know, I would play a city for like 60 hours, and it would start to run bad, and I'd be like, well, I know why it's running bad. It's running bad because I turned on the modifier that let me, you know, not like use more than the recommended number of giant circles or giant map tiles. Like, I did this to myself, and I am the only one to blame. It's genuinely how I felt when City Skylines 1 ran badly. It was like, well, it's my fault. I made this. But City Skylines 2 kind of not so much, which was the true bummer to me. Put one right here. And tried to make as many collisions as possible. Oh yeah, I mean, playing games like that wrong is one of the fun ways to play those games, right? Like, you know, I feel like maybe not a majority, that's maybe a little bit unfair, but a large portion of people who played like SimCity did it specifically so that they could set Godzilla on it or send the aliens in to blow shit up, right? Like, at least that was me. I was that person. I was doing that. That was certainly me that was doing that. And while that might not technically be the correct way to play, I had a great time. I think I need more markets, actually. Because I've got these. I've got the food stalls and the shrines, but I don't have many markets. I don't think markets generate much in the way of noise, but if they do, I'm sorry, not sorry. We'll sort that out later if they do. And now this is done, this laboratory. This has 70 people working in it, so these both have 14. I think I'm just gonna nuke those two that have 14. And then double up the 70 employee one. So how do I staff them better? Just literally attach more employees to it? There's 2 people in it. What do I need to do? Oh, well, we're out of food. That would do it. really waiting on that orchard to be done. Till then, we're just kind of doing this once a year. As in Anakin Skywalker? Or am I missing something? Is it truly a correct way to play, though? I think if it's a single-player game, any way to play a video game that you paid your money for, is a good use of money. A flight of murderous exotic birds has descended upon your city. What? City. Luckily, they are too small to hunt your subjects, preferring to target vermin stealing from your warehouses. Your citizens were enamored with these avians until it dawned on them that the vermin are far more ignorable than they are, not being expelled at the speed above you from your heads. If you act quickly enough, you might be able to get rid of these birds. Then they might not be used to your subjects and may be easy to trap. And since more of these... Okay, so what I need to do, get rid of the birds. Yeah, okay. Trapping most of the birds was quite simple. They lacked the wariness of their kin, and quite a few could even be caught by hand. Oddly, they taste similar to entelodonts. See, here I thought that was going to be a bad thing. Thanks for the free food, video game. Actually, I don't have enough, like, warehouse space for the meat now. That's actually kind of not great. Anyway, solve that problem. Plunk. Bless our wise and gracious despot. Certainly, bless me. Yes. Because for I am wise and gracious. I like how we're already, like, almost out of food again. Prisoner escape. Oh, no. So, chat, like, how do I fix this? Do I need just, like, a bigger stockade? I don't get it. Because I have the maximum number of guards assigned to that stockade. Like, what do I need to do differently there? What isn't connected? Food? Oh. Well, I mean, there's, like, nothing I can do then. I mean, not that I blame them necessarily. I mean, I do. That's their fault for all of the crime that they've committed. I guess I should, expunge them from existence and just expel them instead. Would be easier. Area must be connected. What area am I missing? Buy some from the neighbor? No. We're literally going to have food in, like, before food from a neighbor would arrive. What part isn't connected? Whatever. Try this again. Oh, I see. I put a bunch on the other side of the river. Okay. That's funny, actually. Welp. Didn't even dawn on me to look over there. Hi, drunk. I'm blind. I am Dan, fake in YouTube chat. Maybe go get some water if you're drunk. We've got a self-reporting drunk in the YouTube chat, which usually means it's time for some water. All right. Oh, I missed a canal. Should go all the way over to there. Yeah, it's like almost harvest season. I mean, if I check you, it's like 1.8 days, 0.8 days. You're producing in 2.8 days. You're producing in 65 days. 3 days! Fishing. Fishery. Okay, this is also new. I feel like there isn't a ton, like down here wouldn't be a bad spot, I think. I may actually start buying food again from the neighbors, we'll see. Again, the area must be connected. Where did I select that isn't connected? Oh, right over there. Yep, there we go. We're starting to get veggies and fruits. Starting to see those appearing. Got vegetables over there getting harvested. Those are getting harvested. Yeah, that's what we need. All right. Aside from there being a singular criminal, I may also just change criminal ruling to just launch them into the sea. 50 knowledge? The fuck? Is library how you get knowledge? By preserving existing knowledge with their responsible with constant supply. So how do I increase knowledge? Critical thinking 1, which requires knowledge. Will result in 0 is that it does nothing currently for me. Right. I say this about a dozen times every time I stream this game. It was better when it was just library. Having 2 makes everything worse, and I'm pretty sure the library eats paper, right? Well, it doesn't cost paper to make, so there's that. And then let's just go job. Cancel job. Dunk. Okay. Now library. I think I might need to manually assign a roof to this afterwards, but I don't know. I feel like a morning when I'm still drunk is still bad. I feel like that's a bit of a misnomer. But I mean, what do I know? Good thing is we still have a bunch of carpet lying around, or we have a lot of fabric lying around for carpet. Maximum efficiency, although now the shells are gonna ruin that. Let's do this, this, that. I'm hearing a loud-ass siren. Gotta love it. Oh, hey, my neighbors are in trouble. It literally parked like right in front of my neighbor's building. Or the building next door to mine. It's actually, like, annoyingly common. Oops, let's go down to about that. Oh, come on. Are you telling me I can't go one bigger? Okay, fine. If you insist, game. It's gonna use a lot of... Well, actually, it's cheaper than the other building. I'm just gonna put one over there so it looks better. Done! Send it! I'm gonna have no extra workers when all this is done, said and done. Although I need food, so I may actually... There's like nothing. I may actually have to... I'm gonna tell you 0.2 days, yay! I may actually have to import food, even though I don't really want to. All of these are getting dealt with soon. Like now. You just have to sleep at noon? You know, I'm gonna push back. I know you guys are just being ironic, but I'm gonna push back and say that no, I disagree with everything that chat is, like, promoting here when it comes to alcoholism. Am I, though, Nomald? How do you know that I'm truly back? The question is chat back? Because I don't think chat is back. I think chat is sleeping. I think chat was still drunk from yesterday. In fact, I'd be willing to bet we're gonna have a significantly smaller number of people here today than yesterday. I'd be willing to bet money on that, actually. Definitely go refill your water and grab food. You're sure Fickley Pober? Nobody drunk would say something so silly. You would say perfectly sober with a slight lisp. You wouldn't swap two letters perfectly. I call shenanigans. An intent to impersonate an intoxicated person. If that is a crime, if that isn't a crime, I will make it one. Actually, it's called free room and board in the drunk tank, is what that's called. It's like getting arrested so that you have 3 meals a day. You're a teetotaler. Ah, there you go. What I think is really funny is, like, as somebody who drinks socially, right? It's really funny to be in a space with a bunch of, like, you know, responsible people consuming alcohol. And then you just get one person who comes in who is very much blasted and does a pretty good job of hiding it until they're half a drink in, and then it's like, oh, this person is wasted. It's truly one of the funniest things that can happen in a public alcohol consumption situation. Also, I'm gonna renovate this real quick and just make sure that they built the doors. There you go. No, that's totally fair. Don't drink. Like, I drink alcohol because I like the taste of it. And you shouldn't drink alcohol because it's bad for you. Like, straight up. That is actually my advice, is don't drink alcohol. It's not good for you. There we go. Now we can get all of this fruit and veg moved. I don't think we actually moved it quick enough last time. Assuming we don't lose it all to decay, we should be good. The extra 50-something people is helping. But all this stuff is decaying. So yeah, I guess that's the issue, is like not actually moving food to depots quick enough. I do also have 75 rations, but I am saving those for the military. Let's bring in some extra handy peoples. Well, rotten in piles on the ground, not so much on the vine. If they were rotten on the vine, well, that would be a slightly different situation. I think what I need actually is just another one of these. So I got that one up there and that one, but neither of those are like primarily holding food. So I could do like this one. And I could get this filled up with wheat, fruit, and vegetables, and bread, and rations. Considering the ration maker is like right there. Yeah, I mean, like, they're picking it, but we are losing kind of a lot of food to decay, which is why I've run out of food several times. Also, I've got some deranged citizens now, which is lovely! That means that they need an old folks home, probably. I do like that there's elder care management in this game. That's actually a mechanic that I think is really interesting that this game does. There's so many button things I just curled into the fetal position. You'll have to watch some videos and learn. It is an awesome game, truly, but yeah, the UI used to look totally different, Nomald, in older versions of this game. I will say that it took me about 6 hours to find the tech tree the first time I played this game. We had a couple of drinks the other day, first time in 6 months, and you could leave it for another 6 months. Yeah, it's totally fair. That's totally fair. It's a social outlet for me, so I value it maybe more than I should, but I value the positives and try to avoid the negatives. When I go drinking, I don't drink in large quantities, and I don't drink quickly. I drink like maybe a beer an hour and mostly just sit there and draw. It's quite literally just like a way to force me to socialize. Otherwise, it's way too easy for me to just not, which isn't healthy. So. I mean, this game's benefit, actually, as Eric Clay is saying, is the slow speed is actually, like, so slow that you could get up and leave for, like, I could get up and leave for 30 minutes and nothing real of note would happen. Like, this game, like, the slowest speed is screensaver, practically. It's only when you're crazy that, like, you would ever want to speed it up to this level, you know? I'm actually going to turn down the number of people in here by, like, half. So I still have odd jobbers, because you want this number to still exist. Otherwise, it'll just be SOL pretty consistently. We're going to get hit by ads in a minute here. Man, do I just want to make piles of unlimited money? I could just unlock a gem mine. Yeah, that's completely fair. Demon Big Bug. Who says that they would socially drink if their kidneys weren't screwed up. It's like, yeah, no, health comes first. I mean, I'll probably have to stop drinking at some point in my life, but that's due to other health reasons. I'm actually going to upgrade my fruit farms a little bit. basic farming. And that just costs 100, right? Yeah, I'm just gonna do that. Just get my food supplies leveled up. Oh no, I mean like the tech tree is one of the parts of this game's user interface that has like objectively just gotten directly worse since the game first released. I'm actually just gonna use leather on this. Or in an ad break for another 10 seconds. Okay, so you just get rid of. So I have 2 delivery men. You're going to take fruit, rations, veg, bread, and grain, but mostly fruit and vegetables. Being insane. Sounds like a pastime. At least I don't have to tell him to get a hobby. What, like the difference between like grains, corn, and like different types of grains and wheats and stuff? Necrontier? I mean, that could be interesting. Might be a bit much, but could certainly be interesting. Then I guess I gotta embiggen this down here. Oh. Then I need to place storage. Wait, is this a... Oh, this is a different coal mine. Here, I thought I was renovating this one. That's what I wanted to do. I was like, that doesn't make any sense. Why do I not have storage yet? I should already have storage. I like how I'm up to 99% efficiency. It's always like 90-something% efficiency. All right. There we go. That's the first mine I'm gonna upgrade. That's gems. What, prosper in different climates? Yeah, no, that would be really cool, actually. I would not be against that as a thing. To be honest, I think that could actually be quite interesting. But at the same time, I wonder what complexity like that for the sake of complexity would actually do for the game. Like, would that be a positive form of additional depth, I guess? Possibly. I'm not saying it wouldn't be, but it would certainly be, you know, complicating things for the sake of it, I guess. I don't know. I think that would be neat, though. Because that also is one of the things that hasn't really been expanded. It's like, you know, there's herbs, there's veggies, there's fruits. I guess, like, right now, the difference in the farming side of it would be, like, the difference between, like fruits in farms and fruits in orchards, I guess would be the big difference. Because like fruits in orchards, it's higher output, but it's less frequent, right? So you could probably like actually call orchards something completely different. You could probably call orchards like, how do I put this? Like you could call orchards, I'm actually gonna import some opium. So I can get my opium farms up and running. I don't need 640 opium. I need like 80. Well, opium's $69. Just thought I'd mention that. Don't know if we'll actually get any, but can try. So give them shrooms. Mushrooms are like not straightforward to farm in this game. True story. Like they are not straightforward. Man, I'm kind of tempted to just like permit farming rations. Just had a bunch of veggies up here. Yeah, fuck it. I'm just gonna keep importing veggies. I need it. Yeah, I need it. I don't think that we're going to get any opium imported. It's a bit of a shame. Well, all my money's gone. Good news is we won't have food problems for a bit. Who needed money anyway? Who needed money anyways? Yeah, I spent 75,000 hairs on on fruits. Well, there it is. Fixes the starvation for the moment. Let's see how many days of food we actually get out of that. You need to grow more food? Yeah, I'm aware. I'm aware, which is why I'm doing that, my friend. Where'd my fruit farms go? Oh, there. I am, in fact, doing that. But it's a one thing at a time kind of deal. Where it's like, you can't, like, yes, I need to grow more food. But you need food to grow food. So when I realized that, oh no, we ran out of food this year, I'm also pretty certain that a large part of the reason why I'm running out of food isn't necessarily because I'm not growing enough, and has more to do with the fact that we're not able to transport it fast enough. Which I think actually is the bigger problem, but... I was going to put a pool here, but you know what? Why bother? Why bother? They like living in like a jungle terrarium anyway. Might as well give them that. It's just not a strong enough pump, I guess. Gotta give them a second one soon. You can't grow mushrooms outside of mountains, can you? I thought that, like, straight up they just won't grow outside of mountains. Eric? And crop circle formations? I mean, isn't that kind of what these are? Or are you saying, like, a circle with, like, a hole in the middle? Because these are circles, but... If you mean, like, alien landing pads or British artists or British artistic anarchists, then no. No, I haven't. So this is like 60. This is 70% over here, so we're going to do a bunch more over here. I'm about to be broke. British what anarchists? So there was a... I fell down a crop circle rabbit hole a couple of years ago. And there were these two guys in the UK that were going around stomping down people's crops. Basically, to make crop circles. And they would do it at night, and it would get all over the news. It was kind of considered an art project, if you will. But it was also, like, exceptionally destructive if you know, grew crops for a living. Like, if you were a farmer, it wasn't exactly a welcome form of art. Yoko Ono? You mean like the what'd you call it? The guy what made Nier? Or am I thinking of something else? Food days are not zero? Yeah, because I spent 75,000 dollarinos on... I spent thousands of dollarinos on, like, having a bunch of fruit. So, thank you. I mean, there was multiple years there where we weren't at zero food supply, so, I mean, you could have congratulated me for that. But instead you're like, waits until it fails. Hey, you're not failing anymore. Well, I wasn't failing for a while and you didn't say anything. I'm offended. No. Stage. Need to make a stage. Staging some entertainment. I am outraged, Eric. The woman who screams. Okay, don't know. No, I'm thinking of Yoko Taro. That's what I'm thinking of. Hey, it's the Slavers. I don't know. I don't think I've ever actually participated in the Slaver because every time I'm just like, I feel like that would upset people. And then I just don't. It is always my thought. And like King's Suspicion. How's that veggie farm that I built? It's the fruit farm. Not done yet. Great. That'll be done this year, though. Because these are going to start harvesting, like, now. Like, now. I do actually have backup food, sort of. Like, I could permit rations pretty easily. And if I permitted rations, then, you know, we could gain quite a bit of satisfaction, I guess. Also, I was going to say, I feel like the knowledge has gone up quite a bit. Actually, it hasn't. It's gone down kind of to not... It's gone down. It hasn't gone up. because we need this housing done. But they're getting it done. It's actually kind of an interesting story to deep dive into, Stone. Will I be doing videos on how to play this game? Absolutely unlikely. I will play this game occasionally and remember that I have no idea how to play it. I don't teach people how to play games I don't know how to play competently or to a high level because I think that's disingenuous. So if I were to make tutorials out of this game, I would just be reading the wiki. I recommend you just read the wiki or ask the community because that's how I play this game. I make tutorials and videos out of games that I'm confident I can speak authoritatively on how they are played. I don't feel confident about this game in the slightest. YouTube chat's asking if I'm going to make videos on how to play this game. Very unlikely. You really need to take the time to look this one up on YouTube so you can actually follow this better. The simple version is, this is your population. These are your nobilities, so the people that boost productiveness in your population. This is your work, like your current, not specialized workforce. This is your housing, your total population, the number of people you have in prison for something or another, and your army, the general health of your society, which is actually pretty fucking terrible right now. I need opium. And then, like, how many days worth of food. There's 16 days in a year. These are all just different factories and shops. If you're confused about, like, what a particular shop is, then let me know. This is consuming wood and outputting furniture. Furniture is required for most rooms and spaces. The little citizens in this universe collect cloth and clay and wood, and they decorate their own bedrooms. So if I don't permit them to have certain types of materials, then they get kind of sad because then they run out of the material. Stuff like that. I guess that's a very, very, very baseline level overview of this game, but there's a lot going on in it. It's kind of just a big old anthill that slowly expands. I will say though, because the demo is free for this game, I highly recommend, if you're interested in this game, you just go grab the demo and give it a try, because the demo is the full game, and that is kind of a huge deal actually. It's just, if you're playing the demo, you will be a good chunk of time behind in the game's development speed. Just going to go plunk a few of these down. These are low value, dense housing. Low income housing, if you will. Because this will allow more people to occupy a smaller space, because currently I don't have enough houses. I just want to have a little bit of overflow housing. They'll move into the nicer houses when they're available, though. I mean, I'm pretty terrible at this game. Like, I'm constantly, like, lost and confused and looking for things. And Bobtron, by the way. How you been? It's good to see you, man. And can't find my zombie. It's good to see you as well. Dreadful news. On account of our poor health situation, an epidemic of the plague has been discovered. Let's hope our hospitals are well staffed. A curfew can be issued to contain it. Great. Everybody ready for everybody to die? Because now we're fucked. I feel like the last time I got a plague, like, that's basically what happened. Is like everybody just died. I don't have functional hospitals, by the way. We'll try and import opium. Oh no, that's export, not import. I'm dumb. Import. I need import for two reasons. I need it for my hospitals, and I need it for Or hospital. I don't have 2. I need it for a hospital, and I also need it so that I can start to farm it down here. Those are the 2 things I need it for. Also, we have 6 days worth of food. That's actually a pretty good increase on previous. But let's increase the population, and now we're out of housing again. Such is life. Thankfully, we're slowly getting these done. I'm actually out of wood. Oh, that's not helpful. I need to make a bigger, more up-to-date one of these. I need to make another woodcutter to farm trees. Oh well, if a bunch of people die, I can just, you know... If a bunch of people die, I can pretty easily just put together a real quick graveyard, and that'll just make people happy. Turns out they really like graveyards. Oh, actually, I think I know what happened here. Oh, never mind. They left that off when they finished it. You still have nobody working up here? Yeah. How about you? How about you? You, I'm gonna cut down to half populace, because we need to get these done. Like, come on. Could just, like, copy a whole block of these. Like this, basically. I actually really like this copy tool. It is fucking lovely. Even though there's something fundamentally... There's something in me that makes me feel like I should be against using a copy tool like this. It's kind of helpful. Let's just go job, cancel jobs. Get rid of those bottom ones. Copy tool too strong? Yeah, because I copied too much stuff. I think I'll also just suspend this one. Just let them work on the stuff up here. Let's see how we're doing on opium. Hey, opium's good. So I can stop importing opium. Opium's expensive. So next year we should have opium, because it looks like down here they are getting the farming of opium donezo. Now we have 51 odd jobbers, which is good. And they can work on them houses. They can work on these houses. Wood is skyrocketing again, that's where we need it. Sweet. Of both copying and blueprinting. As somebody who likes to make very boutique-y tiny towns where everything is unique, this game actually kind of irritates me a little bit, because it's kind of the antithesis of that. Like, it's sort of like when I mention to people, like, you can play Dwarf Fortress as a min-maxing, like, Factorio style game, but you'll probably find it frustrating because the game isn't designed for that. That's kind of how this game is for me. Like, there is a good chunk of my soul where I'm just like, I want to play this as a little game where every single building is unique, and I want to make cool little towns that look organic and natural, and then I try to do that, and the game smacks me in the head for it and says, bad! And I go, God damn it! Stop hitting me! So I don't know. Like, I use the copy-paste tool because it's part of the game, but it feels wrong. I guess is all I'm trying to say. Basements? Oh, that's me upgrade houses. Fancy wells. I feel like fancy wells might actually be a good thing to grab. which looks like it just requires fancy stone blocks. Because then I can make nicer wells, and they always want more wells. Hey, to those of you who know how to play this game, what is a service that you would recommend at the moment, or thing that I could unlock at the moment? Because, like, alcohol would be a good one. That would give me a tavern. I don't know how to make alcohol. There's probably a thing that I need to unlock to make alcohol. I'm scanning for. Just want this. Basic brewing, yep. Which means I need to increase refining. Although that looks like I have breweries. Do I have a brewery? Yeah, I do, actually. But that takes pottery, and then I would have to make pottery, or I'd have to import pottery. Physicians. That requires medicine. It's like I have a hospital. All right, well, we'll do that then. Although, that does kind of check out in regards to physician, or you'll just have disease nonstop. Like, that is kind of a self... Why is this song suddenly way louder? Check what your citizens like. I've been doing that, mate. But I'm asking chat for their opinion. So I'm, like, trying to just go through and slowly just add in things, like, as it makes sense to my dumb brain. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's, like, something chat would do. So I'm asking chat for inputs. But I know what my citizens like. I have a pretty good idea anyway, and I've been trying to work towards that. But what I'm working towards might not, you know, be a way of, like, achieving that goal competently. You know? So it's one of those, like, well, okay, I know what they like, and I know what I should be working towards in the long term. What I don't know is, like, what do I need right now, do you think? And this is why I don't make tutorials for this game, because I don't fucking know. Does that make sense? Also, there is the reality that, like, this game has changed in its entirety in, like, 3 times that I've played this game, so... And I need fancy rocks. All right, I will just simply import, I think. Okay, that's not very good. I think I'll just stick to the slightly bigger one. I think I will just import some fancy bricks, because the game is informing me that I need it, as much as I go, I don't give a shit what you think I need. I need something not that. Because I don't ever want to do a thing that the game tells me to do, but... What? How come you fit down there but not up here? Don't understand. Let's do... this. And then shelves. Yeah, I think I put too many... Really? Why are you this long, skinny, obnoxious thing? Who designed this? Not me, that's for sure. I mean, if I designed this, it would be a completely different. Alright, fine. Game, you win. I will change the shape of this building to a slightly squarer building. People aren't supposed to like hospitals, after all. We're gonna get hit by ads. I'm just gonna be fiddling with this building until it works. Maybe actually this way is probably better to do it. Let's do something like that. Something like that. And then shelves. Let's see how many of these I can cram in. Not even close. It's like, why do I even try? %40 efficiency. All right, I'm just gonna piece on this wall. Let's do this. And that. And that. And that. Actually, can I make you bigger? Yes, I can. And that. And that! Okay, now where the fuck do I put a door in this thing? So like right there. And then I need to import, like, I don't know, 100 of that stuff. I mean, if the numbers aren't maximized, what's the point in doing it? That's how I feel about this game. If you give me like a quality or efficiency rating and it's anything less than 100, I'm not gonna click go on the building. Which is probably not always the best way to do things. It should be done just about now. Okay, so I'm going to import you. And I don't know. I don't need that much leather armor or any of this here. We can just go into here and just go... Where's Fancy Rock? Fancy Rocks! We shall import the Fancy Rocks. Don't worry, all these, like, if you look at the squares at an angle and cock your head to the side and don't think about it too hard, it looks like a circle. It also requires tools, which I can actually make. Because I have a bunch of metal lying around, so I can just turn you on. They're making tools. So ideally, by the time I get those bricks delivered, which I've got a few coming in. We'll be in a better spot. We'll be ready because we need the furniture as well. We need furniture. I need to, holy shit. Am I still making spears? No. I made a lot more spears than I thought I did. Interesting. Wasn't there a source of clay on the map? There is a source of clay on the map. Red Octobear, scroll back up and chat a little bit. Why am I not doing it? I don't really have the capacity for food at the moment. Like, there's that down there. But, like, I've got all these mines that I want to have running, and I don't have them running. Basically, I'm pretty thin right now, and I'm trying to expand my farming and having a hard time doing that. So there's, basically, we're stretched pretty thin at the mo, and it's not hard to keep up. That's the wrong word, but we're stretched pretty thin, and if I do a bunch of other very harsh, difficult, like... That would be a lot of tasks for something that I could just trade for once, basically. Like, this game does kind of force you into trading, which is kind of cool. I actually really like that. I think that's maybe one of my favorite elements of this game, is that it forces you into trading. And earlier I said today, chat, that it's going to be a quiet day, and I've unfortunately been correct. We do have 160 of you, or 170 of you here on Twitch, which is lovely, but about, you know, maybe 50 to 100 less than I normally would at this time of day if I wasn't playing this game. And to those of you on YouTube, there's about 50 of you watching, which is about a quarter of what I would have if I was playing Core 4. So I just have to say thank you to those of you who've tuned in, but if you enjoy streams of things like this that are a little bit different, help me keep that chat moving. Because a quiet chat is a dead chat. And a dead chat makes streamer play a different video game. You've just added about a third onto my total revenue of the day with that Prime sub and that 5-pack. The money's nice. I do appreciate the money, but really I just want conversation. I want interest, because that's what makes people stick around. Am I able to name the hospital? Yeah. What am I naming it? B52. And keep the chat moving. Interact with people in chat. Answer questions. So do I. Ingus? You know what it is, but this is not what you were expecting? What were you expecting? I mean, it's a city builder. Well, I will get opium in 7.4 days, and I will get 26 opium, which is like nothing. Brilliant. I'm also going to do a real quick round of hunting. The name is actually a medical joke. When I see B-52s, I automatically think, like, the band, the B-52s, like catchy 80s bangers. You know, like that's where my head goes. Yes, rock lobster, exactly. Sure, or that. More so, like rock lobster is what I think about, though. You swear it was a text-based game? You might be thinking of Warsim then. I mean, Warsim is the game that runs in Terminal, that I've streamed a good number of times, which is pretty different than Songs of Six. I have a question. Am I not Platinum Durgan? Back in the day, you just would assign nobles and then we give you a drop-down menu. I haven't refound that menu. Is there a menu I'm missing? If I'm not doing something, it probably means that I don't know that there's another menu for it. Ah, okay, so they've moved this menu. It used to be when you would assign a nobility, you'd be like, yeah, and then you'd get another menu, which isn't here anymore, where you would then click the next button, which would then assign the nobility to a task. But I guess they've done this now, which... Good to know. Okay, I didn't know I had to do that separately and over here now. So why am I not doing it? Because I didn't know they moved the goddamn button. Is almost always going to actually be my answer. Sure, that doesn't mean anything to me, really. I mean, like, it does, but, like, stating that that's what a noble does, yeah, I'm well aware. However, if I don't know that a menu exists, it's not going to be that valuable, I guess. And like I said, I didn't realize that I had to click that menu. So thanks for letting me know. I mean, might as well just do the other rest of them, because I've got up to 10. I'm not too much of a caregiver as to what tasks they need. 9. It said that I could have 10, so we'll do 10. I know I have to give them nicer houses, but sure we'll get there. It's gonna have all of you boost my food production, which is quite literally the biggest issue we have in this fucking place. A little bit of carpentry, but mostly food. It tells you. I want to say it's 650? Master of bows, not the master of baiting. What job is increasing my workload at the moment? Position is still a ways off. Okay, yeah, you've just got way too many people in here. Subtract this. You don't need that many. You don't need that many. I need more odd jobbers. Require more odd jobbers. Let's also see what's the... It's kind of wild, like, how much a single field's production goes up. Like... Where was it? Like, these were the first 2 farm fields I made, right? And these produced, like, 30 harvest on their first year, but after all the upgrades, it's like they're up to 170. It's, like, kind of nuts. You don't think they stack? It kind of looked like they did. Yeah, I guess they don't. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Don't really need cotton farms. Current rank, noble. Interesting, they rank up. Plus 20 governance points. That lets me do stuff on the overworld, right? Gives you 20 governance points to use in the developed regions with each individual rank and yields 40 governance points. That's a system I have no idea how it works. Also, they changed the Master of Baiting to the Master of Fisheries, and that upsets me. Coward game. They had it figured out. I threw it away. Where's something? I wish it was just like a list, like before. That was much easier for me to park. Don't think I have a Master of Bakeries. Yeah, we'll do baking. Are orchards separate? Oh yeah, I guess you're not wrong. My brain kind of lumped those two together. Alright. Alright, we'll do that. I mean, you get production in 5 days. You get production in 2.5 days. We're out of food again. La-di-la-di-la. I don't really want to permit them to use the rations, but I probably should. I'm just going to import food. As much as I don't want to do it, I'm going to do it. Didn't need money anyways. Alright, progress is being made. Slowly. That's good to know. Is that in the, I'm assuming that's in the nobles menu. Boosts 50 workers in your vegetable farms with plus 20 or 2.0 to each individual rank boosts 100 more workers. Each individual rank boosts 100 more workers. Okay. I mean, yeah, sure. I don't know how they rank up. Current rank of this number more ranks allows you to contribute a lot more difference than it used to just be like, I think civilian, like citywide. Like when I played this a very long time ago and had 15,000 people, this was just like a fully automated system. Like you would just appoint it, and then it would just give you a drop-down list, and then it would be like, okay, now everything in your city related to that task is now boosted. So why are you not giving me the highlight? There it is. Yeah, okay, that's fine. I'm aware. All right, well, that's cool. Good to know. Did that physician ever get finished, actually? That's what I want to know. Because where the fuck did I put it? There's the hospital. Where's the physician? It's over here, isn't it? Yeah. It's taking a little bit of time. Because I gotta make a whole bunch of tools for it. Not too much I can do about that aside from just wait. I believe at 1,500 peoples. Cool. Well, we'll get there. We'll get there. I just need a few more years for the food supply to get less shit. Yeah, I'm aware. Trust me. I'm aware. This game doesn't really permit you to have a lot of odd jobbers available. If you have too many odd, or rather, like as soon as you have too many odd jobbers, it's like, well, now you need more food. So you need to use up all those odd jobbers and send them elsewhere. It's like I don't really have any industries right now where I can spare a ton of people. So it just kind of is what it is. Good news is we have food now. So yay. Rumors of raiders. Oh, fuck you, game. This is my least favorite part of the game. Any game that has raiders like this just makes me want to Alt F4 and never play it again. Raiders are on the rise. Several of your peers were accosted recently, and it looks like something beyond your corner of six is spurring on them. The usual rumors make the rounds that they are fleeing. Something that one of the old empires shook off its lethargy and so on. While the veracity of the rumors is very doubtful, the raiders are very real. And prices for high-end military equipment are high. I guess that means I should sell them. Yeah. I mean, I had like, what was it, 1,100 odd jobbers, but like we were hitting bottlenecks, so I had to, or not 1,100, but like 111 or so odd jobbers. So I had to put them all into these labs, and now that I have those labs, I lost them all. Like my entire mining industry is off right now. Like, like this could have like 350 people working in it, right? And there's none right now. Same with over here. Like this one could also have an additional 80. I also have this giant diamond mine that I need to do something with at some point. Like, I've got this huge mining industry. It's ridiculous. But like, there's effectively nothing I can do with it right now because I don't have the workforce. We do have the food now, so now I have some odd jobbers. Things will get done a little bit quicker, but we're still not in the clear just yet. Metalworking industries are really population intensive. Yep. That's usually why I bring in some dwarves, but I haven't actually started building underground housing yet. And I need to figure out how to, like, permit certain housing for certain people so that I can get a bunch of dwarves and get them to just live underground, but I just don't really have the supply currently. Although I am catching up on the supply needed for all of this, so that's good. Oh, you mean like, when you say check the industries, you mean like this? Like check all these? Like the different farms? I mean, they're not like super high workload or anything. So I'm not entirely sure what I'm looking for here. Look at my carpentry input-output. I mean, I know that that's strained, but that's been strained since I started. Room is poorly insulated. Well, that's just something I fucked up. I screwed up one of these copy pastes earlier, and since then they've all just been busted. We've had to fix a lot of them. I mean, it's not that high. I mean, we actually have enough furniture now. But I guess it is net 72. I don't know. I could turn like one of them off and see where we end up. Maybe two. Where does that put me? I like exporting furniture, so that helps. But it's not all 3x. Some of it's 0.5. That's 2x. Lornerd wants a round of beers, chat, so you should post some beers. Get some beers in the chat. Beers are kind of a show your presence thing. Back in the day, we brought the beers thing in so that when chat was dead, we could call in a request for beers to see how many people were lurking in the channel. That was what it was for originally. These days, it's a little bit more general than that, but... Okay, weavers are, like, ridiculous now. That's an industry I can not shut down, but, like, quarter. And then you. Clothing is still struggling. Actually, I think... Instead of rations, I'm going to go with clothing, if I can. Is that an option? Because there's... Tailors, yes. Tailors are one that I would like to see a much higher output on. I'm trying to decide if I want to put tools in there as well. Although we have everything we need now for the physician, so that's good. That'll help. That'll help. We can start building up a surplus of tools, and when I have like 75, I can do another one of these. I mean, that's what Chad said. I was simply echoing the sentiment, Lord Emperor Posh King Marza. Oh, speaking of Lord Emperor Posh King Marza, I would like to mention that because this city is a grand and wonderful place, I would like to remind everybody that the city is called What Would You Do for a? And our emperor is called a Klondike Bar. So it's the age-old question, what would you do for a Klondike Bar, chat? As a reminder, this channel takes no corporate sponsorships, so thank you very much to everybody who has a hat next to your name, because you keep us funded. I am not getting paid by Klondike Bar, but I am gonna meme Klondike Bar, because that's how it feels to chew 5 gum. I should probably finish my coffee. I now have a bonus because I employ so many in my fruit farm. It's quite literally mostly this one. Hopefully, I can stop importing fruit now. And instead, rations. Actually, let's import meat. Which I'm then making into rations. Could go for an ice cream sandwich. I mean, it's kind of not the weather for it here, but better left unsaid. I've probably stolen a Klondike bar at least once. Probably not since I was a small, itty-bitty wee child, but I'm pretty sure I've stolen one, so what would I do for a Klondike bar? Theft? At least at one point. Not anymore, but... I mean, what would you do for a Klondike bar is literally, like, marketing for Klondike bars. Like, that's what it was. I'm just gonna expand this once. And then I will do this one once I have the stuff for it, because I don't actually have the stuff for it yet. All right, well, we've caught up. Thanks for the pointer about nobles. I didn't realize that that system had changed entirely. I don't even know when he did that. So if it happened in the last 3 years, I probably missed it. How dare you? It's practically boiling here at -1 degrees Celsius. I think it's like 6 outside right now. Let me check. Anybody here watch Ben Jordan? Because he was talking about making your own weather radar recently, following your own local weather satellite. And I asked, and I'm allowed to put a satellite dish on my balcony? I might. Just for fun. Because it's not actually that expensive. It's like $200 for the satellite dish and all the kit that I would need. What is the weather here at the moment? It is apparently 6 degrees Celsius, feels like 3 degrees Celsius. It's sunny, so it's lovely out there right now. Yeah, that's why I came back, was version 70. He also just patched the game like 2 days ago or something, but that was just like bug fixing. Yeah, I don't know how well acquainted with this channel anybody in the chat is, because this is normally a Dwarf Fortress stream. That's the area of the internet that I live in, that I am very well acquainted with. This game has never grabbed me as much as Dwarf Fortress does. Which I think is actually a bit of a shame, because there's like parts of this game I think are super fucking cool. But it's always been a game that I've bounced off a little bit of. Bounced off of a little bit is actually what I'm trying to say here. I think I'm going to export furniture and slowly increase the output of furniture again. Yeah, I'm generally from the Dwarf Fortress world, so I stumble into this game occasionally. I played it a bunch before it properly went into early access, and it was just in like the early access limbo on itch.io. And I feel like at the time I beat the game. Like I had so many citizens that the game slowed down. It was the only time I ever saw slow down on this game. I had thousands of population. Never properly archived those VODs, which I kind of regret now. But I had a huge city at one point in the early versions of this game. And since then, this game has changed pretty dramatically, and I played it sporadically because it's never grabbed me for as long a period of time, because it's just kind of a lot, this game. And so I periodically pop in and come out. Super calm variety day. Variety week. Let's go down to slow speed because we in an ad now. Well, I mean, it's literally just, yesterday was great, Lornerd, because we got a bunch of raids. Which actually is really funny because it like hammers home something that I was talking about with a friend of mine in her stream a couple days ago. Like, I get raids when I don't stream Dwarf Fortress. Which kind of sucks. It's like, when I'm playing a game that I know super well, I very rarely get raids. When I play something that isn't the game that I know super well, I get a bunch of raids because they're like, oh, I know that game. And so, like, I never respond as well to raids when I don't know the game because I'm always, like, focused on trying to learn the game. But we got a bunch of raids yesterday, which was lovely. And that, like, kept yesterday busy, but I don't think that's going to happen 2 days in a row. So, you know, they love you. It's nice that people tune in, though. Any plans for Orc Boy world domination? First, we got to take over the neighbors. And, like, grow at a reasonable pace. YouTube chat. But, you know, as long as I meet my daily minimums, at the end of the day, I'll be okay. Which, maybe I should look. I'm scared. Where am I at on the daily minimum? About $70 away. Maybe we'll make it. Maybe we won't. If we get a bunch of resubs later in the day, maybe. Daily minimum is just simply if I make it and stream 8 hours that day, then I make minimum wage. That's the daily minimum. Okay, let's... Can I not? Oh yeah, I can crank you up higher. Let's bump you up to 70. How am I doing on opiates, actually? Terrible. We are supposed to make some. We're only 3 hours into the stream? Yeah, this is normally like peak view of time hours though, right? Like this time of day is when the most people are tuned into my stream and people start to dissipate and drop off by about 2 p.m. So like normally when I stream, I peak at about noon and then stay steady until about 2 p.m. my time. And then it starts trending downhill until around the time I end. So we're already at peak, which means unless I get a massive raid later in the day, it's not going to get higher than this, generally. So this is why I don't do variety weeks very often. It's just kind of the reality. Love it or hate it. It's the reality. Let's expand the smelter, I think. Just realized I have flower beds. I always forget about decorations in this game, which I shouldn't. Sorry if I sound like I'm being a bummer, lore nerd. It's not really my intention. It's just, it is what it is. So all I have to say is if you appreciate the variety, don't worry so much about gifting subs. I appreciate that greatly. But as I said earlier, if the only thing that mattered was money, I would be gambling on stream. My goal is to bring people into this game that don't play it already from my audience and make it so that future streams of games like this are more viable for me. Money is nice, and I appreciate it, so thank you. But the best thing that you can do is just, you know, keep that chat moving. And the biggest benefit is if the chat does keep moving, then you won't hear me do the same spiel every, I don't know, 40 minutes or so. But thank you very much for the 10-pack. Jack, can I get a round of beers? For the 10-pack of gift subs. It's very kind. That one once this gets made. coal mine, you up here. And you, I can actually just get rid of, I think. Dig. Yeah, let's do that. Cheers, warriors. Appreciate you. It should completely compensate? I mean, that means I yap. It doesn't mean chat yaps. I mean, the biggest, it's not a negative thing, but the biggest, like, side-handed compliment I've ever gotten, and I get this constantly, and I've gotten this as long as I've made content on the internet, which is, this is my favorite channel to lurk and fall asleep to, or like, oh, you're second monitor entertainment, which is great. Like, absolutely, please use me as that, especially the VODs. Like, great thing that you can do. But man, I have so much more fun when chat is busy. Like, just personally, like, that is what I live for, the days where chat is, like, super chatty. Those are the best days. And so it's just kind of like, man, the people who like me most don't help me do the thing that I want. But that's just me being selfish. Nobody's at fault for that but me. I'm just too chill. Just forget there's flower beds in this game, chat. Speaking of my failures. I always talk about wanting trees and flowers, then I place a bunch of trees and forget about the flowers. Should slow down and smell the flowers, I guess. Or realize that I have flowers that I could be smelling if I meet them. Oh, no. No, they're not. No, they're not. Twitch viewers are very chatty and interactive. YouTube viewers are lurky. No, I think it's more of an age group thing. Like if you are in the 25 plus average age category on Twitch for audience members, chats are pretty lurky in general, regardless of the size of stream. If you are younger audience bent, then things get chatty. Like, go into a Roblox stream with like 30 people watching. It'll be like, they'll have 5 times the people talking than my chat usually. You belong on YouTube? No, please stay on Twitch because this is where I actually make a living. Please. I appreciate being here, Lornard. And thanks a ton, Carl the Viking. Once again. Gems sell well, but gems plus metal equal jewelry. Yeah, I mean, gems plus rare metal, isn't it? It's not it's like this stuff. Like, not this stuff, but this stuff. I was just going to, like, get the gems and then permit my people to have them and then dig over to here and then start getting that stuff. But I'm pretty sure you need this stuff, don't you? I mean, I could be wrong, but you can do both. I'm just happy that you're hanging out. Like, truly. That's literally it. I'm just happy. Available services. No available services. Why do we have no available services? What am I missing? Like, there's nobody... Okay, there is somebody in there. Currently used 1-0, available services 1. I guess that means that I just need more physicians. Because, like, what is the actual radius of this? Yeah, it, like, covers half the city. So let's just grab you. Let's see, where's a central-ish area I could put it? Like, you're over there. I could go over here and plop one down here. Which is going to use most of my tools. It'll be a cold day in the circus before you hang out in a Roblox chat. I've watched Roblox streams just as I've watched, I don't know, Raid Shadow Legends streams. And it's not because I enjoy them. It's because morbid curiosity more than anything. Although in the case of Raid Shadow Legends, it's, I know a guy who used to take all those streams and would just make it into one giant mockfest meme and just, like, shitpost the whole time. And I realize that ironic marketing is still marketing, but my fucking god, those streams were funny. Like, genuinely some of the funniest fucking broadcasts I've ever seen in my life was, Bobtron knows who this is, was, playing Raid Shadow Legends. It's like, usually just crying by the end of it. It was a time and place thing, okay? That's the way to put it. I need to import more of this stupid fancy rock, although I realize I couldn't make it, but... Import. Stupid fancy rock. You're exporting furniture. Oh wow, I love that I'm actually out of furniture again, and that's mostly due to just the... It's mostly due to the fact that, you know, I just put the thing that's going to use up a bunch of furniture. But, you know, we'll get done pretty quick, I think. It'll get done at a reasonable time. Well, it seems like that it's partially a, like, nobody, like, here's a SimCity analogy, right? Like, you might not have, like, an epidemic or some reason that you need to, like, take care of a lot of people. However, if the hospital doesn't exist, people are pissed off, you know? It's like people just get pissed off if you don't have a fire truck station. Like, you don't have a fire station, people just get pissed at you in city builders. I think it might also be a bit of that, where, like, not having the hospital will also just inherently lower your health. Because I think the way this works is it's not like the current number of people that are sick. It's like the odds of more people getting sick out of nowhere suddenly. I think that's what that means. I could be wrong. So if that's the case, then, like, my general running suspicion is that you kind of need everything to be covered. Have you seen the Make Diagonal tool? Somebody mentioned that the other day, but I didn't actually try it. Oh, neat. Is that just like an aesthetic thing, or does this need, or can this be done while building? Huh. So could I just, like, I don't know, just do that? Okay, that building's kind of, this building's kind of cooked. This was poorly copy-pasted. Let's fix that. Oh, is it just purely aesthetic? Okay. Make rectangle. Oh, I mean, why would I do that? That's a crime. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that could work for some buildings like that. That looks pretty smexy. Or like these. When was this added? Yeah, I don't know. That's pretty nifty. That is, in fact, pretty nifty. Cool. I mean, does it increase the roundness of a room? Because, like, I know that, like, roundness is a stat, which is something I've been trying to account for, hence all the circular rooms. But, like, does the diagonal increase that? Because I've got one person in chat saying that it's purely aesthetic, and then another person saying that, like, it boosts roundness. Does it boost roundness? Because, like, only for aesthetic purposes. No, it doesn't. So that doesn't add additional roundness on top. It just makes your walls look roundness. That answers my own question. Neat, though. I do like the look of it. I don't think I'm going to use it everywhere, but use it in some places. Actually, I really like the roundness mechanic, even though it's simple. I want to say it used to be more complicated. But then again, like, you used to be able to design your own houses. Like, they used to not, like, build their own houses. You would, like, have to go in and manually, like, set up housing and design each house individually. And then you could copy-paste them. And then they would just live in those. Instead of what it is now, which is, like, they just build their own houses. I really like that they build their own houses. I think that's a really cool mechanic. I don't like that I don't have options for different shapes. Because so that used to be like a pretty big deal. But anyway, I really like that mechanic. I think it's cool. Even though it's simple, it's fun. It makes you want to build cities that look different for different populations, which is cool. You can click on the eyeball and the roundness over there. Yeah. But like, it states specifically in the tooltip that diagonals don't... Okay, so... It states specifically that the diagonal tool, make diagonal, is purely for aesthetic purposes. So this should be just as round as this, because this is the same building copy pasted. Well, let's see. That's all I'm talking about. Like, I'm well aware of why am I not seeing this shape? Unless there's another one that I'm missing. I don't see one for roundness. Anyway. Whatever. We'll have to see where we're at for food. It's almost harvesting season. Getting these vegetables done. Cotton farm's coming along. Getting the fruits along. And it's harvest season. Alright, that's gonna be a pile of food. Where am I storing my rations? It's mostly over here, isn't it? Let's actually turn you down to nothing and put rations over here as well. It's weird, but farms don't count. I don't care. I would make circular farms anyway. I didn't do that for here. Well, it's because outdoor areas don't need to be round, right? But I just like making round farms because I think they look nice. You know, it's really funny because, like, when I play Dwarf Fortress, the vast majority of the questions I get are like, what is the benefit of building this thing this way, the way you did? And my answer 100% of the time is aesthetics. Like, I want to make a thing look that way because I think it looks nice. But when I play this game, people ask, like, why did you make this thing look this way? And instead of the answer always being aesthetics, it's now like, aesthetics, but sometimes not necessarily aesthetics. Knowledge is so fucking slow. So fucking slow. Let's grab both of those. And... All right. Now that I've done all of that, we've got you up and running. Sun's reflecting off my monitor in such a way that I can't actually see my screen all that good. I need more coal. Who needs odd jobbers anyway? I mean, definitely me, but... Definitely me. What are you upset about? Insufficient workers allocated. No shit, Sherlock. Something, something crop circles. Well, so a crop circle would be like... A crop circle would be like if I were to do this, and then grab this and go to the circle tool. That's a crop circle. What you're thinking of, Ratmost, is inverted crop circles. These are circular crops, not crop circles. Very different. It's okay. I'm sure we'll get attacked by the Predator when the alien arrives. Rome? Road. I guess that's where they all lead to. Ilmiran, thanks for checking out a subscription to Ratmost. Appreciate you. And for helping keep the channel funded after Eric and Doran. Appreciate you. I actually have opium, which is kind of crazy. You know, I'm gonna, I think, swap you from grain. Over to smithing. Let's just get more tools, more better. So I'm gonna have to double this up probably pretty soon. Like I'm going to have way too much coal in a minute. It's just going to take a little bit to catch back up. Got ore. Could also just drop this down a bunch. Got positive numbers on you, so now I'm just going to... plop that in there. And thank you, Elmiran. How you doing, Ratmost? How's stuff? But see, here, I guess, like, to wrap back around, if I wanted cheese, I would go get some from my fridge. I generally don't cheese things in games. But it makes sense that it's easy to cheese. I kind of don't care. I feel like a system like this should also be easy to cheese, specifically, but... What do you have for sale at the market at the moment? Not much of anything. That's interesting. Why are fish sold at the market? Well, that's intriguing. See what you have at the moment. I'm gonna go this. which I just straight up don't have enough, I assume. Is that just telling me that it's unsuited for mounted combat? I think that's all it's saying. Good news is we finally have more food than I've ever had before, so that's good. You love pizza? I think my favorite pizza I had this past summer was from a little bakery. They're way too expensive, so I only buy them when they have them on super deep discount sales, but holy shit, they're good. Still struggling to keep up with tools, but I just gotta get this done. What's up? My roof, hopefully. If it's not, then uh-oh. Then I'm in trouble. What is not... Okay, so this is from YouTube chat. Not counting Colony Sims or City Builders, what is my favorite strategy game? Civ 2? I'm just like... I don't really play games that aren't... Like, I play Colony Sims and City Builders because those are the strategy games I like. I don't know. I'm trying to think of the last one I played. I like XCOM style games, so like Xenonauts was the last thing like that I played, and I enjoyed that. I need to play that once it gets further along in development again. Trying to think what else. Very little. Holy shit! I filled up the stockpiles of food. It's wild. That's actually kind of wild. I'm also out of wood, but that's besides the point. Days worth of food. I remember once having 50 days worth of food, and that seems so far away, even now. Welp. I like whatever the highest quality ingredient variety for that establishment is, generally when it comes to pizza. I unfortunately actually kind of hate pizza. To me, like, eating pizza is like self-harm at this point, just because my body rejects it. It's like, if pizza didn't leave me in like chronic pain the next day, I would be much more accepting of pizza as an adult. But now it's like, depending on the day, I will just straight up refuse to eat pizza even if it's free. I have to be like specifically depressed and like willing to just hurt myself in order to consume pizza, which I think is kind of sad actually, but. Is it the dairy? No, I'm diabetic. It's the amount of fat and carbs combined. So fat makes your body digest carbs slowly. And pizza has, well, I don't even need to explain this to people. Pizza has an absurd amount of carbs, which basically means like I have to give myself like 3 meals worth of insulin over the next like 8 hours if I'm going to eat like a pizza or like half a pizza. In some cases, depending on the pizza. So it's like guaranteed borderline hyperglycemia the next day. Unless like if I eat a pizza after 8 p.m., my blood sugar will be high the entirety of the next day, which just sucks. And so it puts me in a bad mood, makes me cranky and like hate my life. So at this point, if I'm gonna eat a pizza, it has to be thin crust. And I have to eat it before like noon so that I can keep up with the injections. Because if I just give myself all of the insulin that I would need for a pizza, I will crash and almost die. Because like I'll just go low immediately. Which is why I kind of hate pizza now. Like I've many times this year, people have offered me a slice of pizza and I've just kind of been like, I'll take the smallest slice that's here and that's all I'll have. So like it is like easier for me to carb count a cheesecake for a little bit of comparison. Do I use an insulin pump? For lack of over explanations, I'll put it this way. No, because I'm well aware of how unreliable they are. And if I'm gonna spend $6,000 on something and then an additional several $100s a month to use it, I would want it to be reliable. They're not reliable. So there's a pissed off lady outside who just said, "Fuck you, man, and fuck your fucking family." And I'm just like, yeah, I kind of agree when it comes to insulin pumps. So no, I don't use an insulin pump. There's also a few other reasons why I don't use an insulin pump, but that's a little bit outside of the scope of the discussion, probably. All day and night being sick? Oh, no, absolutely. Like, I'd be lying if I said that I didn't order a pizza every once in a while. Like, there's an empty pizza box in my fridge right now. Although it's been there for about 2 weeks and I should probably throw it out. I had a pizza around New Year's because my foot hurt and I didn't feel like grocery shopping. But, like, yeah, I don't know. It's like... it's a depression meal for me at this point. It's not a guilty pleasure. Like, there's a guilty pleasure where you're like, I'm celebrating, so I'm gonna cheat, right? Like, that for me would be like, I don't know, getting a cider. That's like I'm gonna cheat because like it'll fuck me up for like 90 minutes, but I really like it. It's tasty and I can fix it quickly. Like that's cheating for me, you know? Or like getting a cookie. Or like a fancy dessert, or a fancy coffee, like a latte, which has sugar in it and is gonna spike me and cause some problems, but it'll last for like maybe an hour and I can fix it pretty quick. Pizza is like a commitment to like ruining my weekend, and if I'm gonna do that, I have to be a very specific level of low. No. I do not recommend it. Very cool. Ironically, actually, the Steam forums for that game are actually very accurate as to why I don't recommend it. They agreed to it wholeheartedly. Mechanically thin. I'm actually, unfortunately, quite sure most of the assets in that game are purchased and not original. It feels like an amalgamation of like 40 different games smashed together quickly to make a bunch of money, which sucks because that game was kickstarted, and it always sucks when a game is kickstarted and just like, for all intents and purposes, just feels like a cash grab. So yeah, I'm kind of bummed out about that game actually. About 2 hours. Yeah, before it was like, okay, I see right through the lack of this game's game loop. Like, it doesn't have a game loop right now, is maybe the best way to put it. Tools, 46 tools, 74 furniture. I'm gonna grab you, and I'm gonna plop one more. I'm also gonna jump up to here, and I'm gonna actually plop in another graveyard. Maybe a little grim to put it next to the hospital, but this actually massively will increase general approval and happiness. Okay, let's check pool. What do I need for fancy materials? Do I not need fancy materials for this? Okay. to really just the fancy rock. Well, that's fine. Which will take a little while to import it, but we'll get it done. I mean, there's plenty of other little games. I would recommend a game called Goblin Camp. If you want a game that looks like that, Verkwu, go look up Goblin Camp and go play Goblin Camp. Goblin Camp was actually an ASCII game at one point, and that version of the game still exists and is open source and free. It's called Goblin's Lot. It was renamed. But Goblin Camp is a really interesting game that looks kind of like Settlers. That actually has like a fun game loop that's like got content and things to do. I would recommend that game. Okay, so I just need more coal, more ore. So this is my coal mine. Let's increase the number of miners in the coal mine. Bump you up. We're getting close to that 15 hundo mark. I played a game. Here, I'll show it. I played a game yesterday called Earth of Oryx. And I played it because it was given to me. I got a key for it. And it's been on my wish list for forever. Doesn't actually have a lot of reviews. This, Orin, not Oryx. Earth of Orin, this thing. Now, I pre-ordered this because, let me just pop over to the community tab right quick. And go grab a, because I was looking through the forums yesterday. We have Earth of Orin at home. They were talking about the Kickstarter, because this was Kickstarted a while ago. Like, this is what the early versions of this game looked like. In, like, GIF format a lot of the time. Like, a lot of very dense foliage and pretty detailed and pretty looking environments. And that was the game that I put on my wish list. And where's the other one? I think it was this one. Somebody linked this. Which, copy. Just grab that. Get it popped up. Right place the first time. And somehow I managed to close my web browser. Good at me. Look at me. Good at using the internet. Yes. Did I get them backwards, Lornard? This thing. This is what I added to my Steam wishlist, which was a very different looking game aesthetically, and from what I can tell, if it's even possible to make stuff like this in this game, there's no mechanical benefit to it whatsoever. It's just like basically using purchased Unity assets to assemble cool looking buildings in the like scenery screen, which like on one hand is like cool if that's a thing that you're trying to build, but it wasn't marketed as that, so I feel a little duped. And the screenshots looked mostly like that right up until release, and then people complained, and now it looks like this on the store page. And also, it's worth noting that like it has production lines. All of your manufacturing are done in identical looking buildings called manufacture. It's full of spelling errors and grammar issues, typos. I feel like I've seen the UI in it before. Like, I think it's that. All of the character models and animations are default assets from an asset pack. It's like, okay. That's a bummer. I was a little bit suspicious when I initially messed with it, but I had hope. That was a mistake. Yeah, I mean, I really like city builders, and I want to see city builders do well, but like, early access is such that you have to meet like that minimum bar of quality, where it needs to at the very least feel like there is the possibility of a completed game loop there, and if you don't get to that point, it is very, very difficult to sell people on it. So, yeah, I mean, like, I don't want that game to suck, but it just feels like it does. It was nice seeing me try it. Yeah, it was fun for a bit. Have I considered Flotsam? I played it a long time ago. I played Flotsam at PAX before it released. Flotsam was okay. I don't know. It's got a good look. Kind of bounced off of it. That's the reality of city builders for me, is like, I tend to bounce off of a lot of them. Like, especially if like I see a game and I go, oh, this looks interesting, and then I play it for a bit and I go, actually, this is doing a very similar thing to another game that I've already played, but that other game does it better. Then I just want to go play that other game. It's like, I kind of have no interest in Timberborn, because to me it's like a game focused on water mechanics that aren't as interesting as Dwarf Fortress's water mechanics. And even though, like, you know, it's a purpose-built game that is designed for a specific type of water mechanic, and I think that's neat. I think the reality is I would rather just play Dwarf Fort. And that's a me problem. Like, it sucks that, like, you know, that's the reality I live in, but that's the reality I live in. So I just, and instead of playing Timberborn, I would rather just play Dwarf Fortress. It's like, this game is doing some stuff that's unique, so I play it. But you really have to do something that's unique. Because, you know, it's not 2011 anymore where just making Banished is enough to... I know I like to talk shit about Banished, but Banished is a pretty simplistic game, and it's... Even if you are a lover of Banished and defend it, which I think is a legitimate stance to take, you got to admit that, like, Banished is pretty simplistic when it comes to city builders. And, like, its strengths is its modability, it's the developer's willingness to make it moddable, it's the, like, fact that it helped bring back... It helped reignite interest publicly in colony builders and city builders again. Like, it's one of the games that helped bring the genre back, and I will thank it for that forever. I don't have much interest in playing it because there's not that much to it. I think it's kind of boring. But at the same time, I don't think we would be in a world where, like, End Zone 1 and 2 and Frostpunk exist without Banished. Exactly, the beard. But now, like, we've moved past that, where you need to have a lot more. I'm assuming we're talking about Dwarf Fortress, Ingus? That's wild. Was the poet also a human? They're trying to get, like, an artifact, I assume? Innovation. Excuse me. Innovation in the genre is really hard. Absolutely. I mean, like, I would actually say Timberborn is a very innovative game. It's just innovating in ways that I'm not super interested in playing, right? I think, actually, like, the spot where I lose a lot of city builders is when they become toys. Like, if the mechanics you have for your game are like, oh, you can make things really pretty looking, I just go, okay, well, I've been there, done that. I'm not going to play that for very long. Which is unfortunately, like, how I feel about, like, kind of a lot of city builders. But you need mods to enjoy it. No, absolutely. Yeah, I've actually never played modded Banished. I played quite a bit of Banished when it was new. And I beat it on the hardest difficulty and went, cool! And I don't think I've launched it since. Actually, when did I last launch Banished? Now I need to know. I need to check. Banished. Although I think I streamed it once, so this might be wrong. Oh, no. I think I did stream it once. October 7th, 2015 is the last time I launched Banished, and I probably did stream it that day. I mean, see, here's the thing, though. In the words of games being digital modern train sets, we have those. It's called like, you know, was it Voxel Tycoon? We have like Transport Fever. Those are modern digital train sets. We literally have train games for that, man. But I do get what you're saying. All right, well, this is working. I feel like there should be more that I can make with that. Gem mine. Man, nobody likes making jewelry, really. It's kind of wild, actually. It's so silly that you can put trees underground, but I'm never gonna stop. Like, I'm just placing trees underground and being all like, yeah, these are my cave trees. Oh, there's a wall there. Okay, fine then. Whatever. Suit yourself, game. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, dwarf, 7, 8, 9. I don't actually, do you lose deposit? Yeah, you do lose deposits if you place stuff on them still. I remember that from ages ago and just going, nope, don't place on the deposits, you'll lose quantity. Have fun storming the castle. I still need to find those buttons. Yeah, I think we're pretty close to that. I've stabilized food. Can probably make one more. Well, actually, I've used up all my housing again. That's what I've done. But you know, there's still a few other things that we're waiting on. Okay, I think I can start exporting tools now. If you don't like toy city builders, Banished Modded feels like an assembling a toy. Well, I mean, if you're playing pretty Banished, but like, I actually quite like hard Banished. I think hard Banished is a fun puzzle, but it's a very solvable puzzle, I guess. Although I would actually argue every city builder is solvable. I think we're actually doing, like, shockingly okay for food at the moment. Like, genuinely? Like, somehow I have bread supplies. We have a good amount of fruits and vegetables. Got rations. I think Banished was one of the nicest 30 hours of City Builder I had the opportunity to play in that era, for sure. It's so fucking silly where we're at in like video games these days, where I need to like preface, because like the second like I don't do this, I start getting comments like, oh, he hates this game. It's like, I need to preface my statements of like I don't think Banished is very good by modern standards with like 5 asterisks of like, because I've played all these games and this game and this game and this game, that game is just mechanically hollow to me now. You know, it's a proper city when it's mostly road on the interior. I mean, these are paths. These aren't actually roads, but I haven't unlocked any roads yet. I could, but I haven't. I personally think, you know, it's a city when people are starving to death in the streets. That's how you know it's a city. So many goddamn good games these days. No, absolutely. And like Banished coming out like gave all of Germany like the reminder that, hey, you're good at making city builders, so make a fuck ton of good ones. And they have. And you know what? I respect and appreciate the country of Germany for that. It's between that and competitive farming simulator, it's like the 2 greatest gifts that Germany has given the video games industry. Oh fuck, I need to make benches. I always forget about benches, man. I'm telling you. I will never remember benches. Now people can sit right next to the toilets and hear the horrific ambience of the toilets. But then I moved on. People get so IP locked. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's a people get IP locked. I think people, there's 2 reasons people look up a review of a thing, right? Or they look up somebody's opinion on a thing. The first one is like to see if it's good and if they should buy it, and that's valid. Like that's the traditional reason to look up an opinion piece of a thing. Then there's a second reason, which is they like a thing, they think thing is very good, and they want someone to reconfirm that. And that's where you run into problems. I mean, I'm guilty of that too. I fucking do that. Like, I'd be lying if I said I didn't. I think everybody does that sometimes. Like, it's just part of being human, but sometimes we want to feel like our money was well spent. Which is honestly, I think, like the reason, you know, product of the year exists as a category in anything. Make sure to put spikes on the benches. I mean, maybe once the humans move in. Or if I let the humans move in. Kenshi 2, like, will exist eventually, but at this point, it almost just feels like vaporware. Like, sure, yeah, lots of people will play Kenshi 2 when it releases, but like... Is Kenshi 2 even a real video game, man? Because I don't know. I'm just going to get rid of this so that I can just make the thing I actually want. Or actually need to get done, which is this. There we go. Now we just need a few more tools. We just need to build the damn thing. So now health has more or less fixed itself. And I think having this set up will completely fix it. And I've got opium for the hospital. We got people that want to move here. We only need 40 more and then we'll be in the big 1,000. think is a pretty good place to be. After I plop down a bunch of benches, just around. Some of them in shade, some of them outdoors, some of them not, some of them in other places. This game does actually have hostile architecture, but specifically in the form of roads. Where are they? There's like the openly hostile road. Forest Plaza. These are the ones I need to research. But paved road, highway, bricked road, fungus road, fungus highway, dark plaza. Like, doesn't give a speed boost. Fine granite nodes to the animation, expensive upkeep, respectable dark to a dark for a dark lord. Or did they get rid of them? There used to be like basically scary roads. I can't remember exactly what they were called, but I want to say they were scary roads, more or less. Speaking of, where is fancy roads? What do I need for that? Basements, of course I do. Which I can't afford. Yeah, I mean, I was talking about this a couple days ago. 3G Beard, which is, I feel like the biggest problem with being somebody who really likes games like Dwarf Fortress, or even games like RimWorld, is it becomes rapidly difficult, if not borderline impossible, to find time for other games in the genre that you like. You would raise you German board games, Dominion, such as being a deck builder in 09 and its expansions. I mean, Dominion's a terrible board game, but I don't like Dominion very much. Absolute, it's like war with extra steps. Well, direct precursors like Slay the Spire and its descendants. I mean, we're gonna have to agree and disagree on that. To me, I think like Slay the Spire has more in common with like solitaire games. Dominion isn't a solitaire game. Extreme temperatures! But certainly there are deck builders than that, but I mean, yeah, I agree. Georgie Pie in the YouTube chat says the Empire side of this game, Songs of Six, feels a bit like a more boring Total War. I mean, this game's strength is its city building. The overworld and the combat side has always been like the half that I've always felt was missing something. So no, I agree with that. But I do think the city building side of this game is strong enough that like it kind of doesn't matter, I guess. To start getting upgrades for things, chat. Fancy carpenter, what do you need? Fancy poopers, got it. Right, we are in an ad break, so I'll leave the game on slow for a little bit. Also, G-Beard, I don't know if you're in an ad, otherwise I would respond to that, so I will wait for a minute. I hope that you're through the ad by then. Holy furniture usage, Jesus Christ. I'm just selling all of my cloth, is that what's happening? Chat, what is your normal cycle? The 3G beard in YouTube chat, or the G beard in YouTube chat says, or in Twitch chat says, that they play out of Fortress and then they get tired of Dwarf Fortress and then they swap to RimWorld and they play until they get tired of RimWorld and they miss Dwarf Fortress and then they rinse repeat. Like, what's your cycle of game that makes it hard for you to try new games? Because for me, it's like I play Dwarf Fortress and then I go on a weird bender where I play something completely unrelated for like 3 days, which is usually like a Mountain Blade or a Star Sector or something. And then I play Dwarf Fortress, and then I go on a weird bender where I play like a rogue like Cogmind for 2 or 3 straight days in a row, or like something else. And then maybe once or twice a year, I'll have a week like this where I'm just like, I really want to play City Builders, and then I play City Builders all week. That's kind of how my cycle works. It's my prompt for the hour. You got really wild over the holiday and tried Clanfolk? How is that? The Space Pirates and Zombies people. I played that game the day it launched in early access and I was like, this is really interesting, but full of fucking bugs and needs more time to cook. And then I was like, I'll come back next year. And I think it's been... When did I last launch Clanfolk? No, this is the... When did Blind last launch insert game name here stream? Folk. I last played Clanfolk in July 2022. I think I got distracted by Dwarf Fortress releasing. I think that's what happened. Just a few months after that. You played it for 10 hours and it was alright? Yeah. Clanfolk seems to be doing enough things that like it can hold its own, which is really what you need. I think I had friends who went to high school with the developer of that game. And I realize that's kind of like a half statement, but... Because I know that the developer of that game was from the town that I grew up in. Or is from the town that I grew up in. And went to the same high school as most of my friends did. Was Medieval Dynasty? Those games are like candy. Like, cheap candy, but still candy. Holy construction. The next little influx. Okay, so this has 39 people in it. So now I'm digging up gems, which are right there. Let's just increase you. Drop you down a bunch. Drop you down. Leave you there. Drop you down. And then let's... Settings and go gems. Because we are now producing gems, which is not a lot of gems. Which means now I can make houses, I guess? Because I think houses need gems, don't they? Or am I thinking of, like, the fancy nobility housing? It must be like, chambers, yes, those. Haha! Okay, well, the only thing I don't have for chambers are, the thing that I'm already importing, the cut stone. Your college professor created Snood. I'm very confused by that statement. What do you mean by that exactly? So you just need 20 gems. I mean, first it needs to be cleared. needs the cut stone. It needs the furniture, which we don't have enough of, and we don't have enough of. You always want to try that game in co-op, but all your buddies are too busy with kids to play. Boo! The thing is, your buddies just need to teach their kids to play, right? You know, I realize this is probably terrible parenting advice, but one of my favorite things that I ever heard of was back when I used to play Counter-Strike, so like 2009 or something. There was a guy who frequented my Ventrilo server at the time who mentioned at one point, he's like, oh yeah, no, I have 3 kids. And then one of the other guys kind of piped up on the Discord and he's like, wait, like, is it like 3 p.m.? Shouldn't you be hanging out with them? He goes, oh, no. They're leveling my WoW alts. And my friend just goes, what? And he goes, yeah, no, that's how they earn their allowance. He goes, we live in a 4-bedroom townhouse surrounded by concrete. So I can't get them to mow the lawn. So I get them to level up my WoW alts, and then I give them cash so that they can go hang out with their friends at the corner store. I'm like, that's kind of genius, but also probably breaking terms of service somewhere. It was like breakout with weird faces. Nope, no recollection. Found a bug? Did you squish it? What you developing? Mind? I'm kind of amazed at how I suddenly... do I just have too many tailors? I mean, actually, very well could be I just have too many tailors. Just would like to be able to make enough cloth to get a bit of a surplus again. Just trying to have his kids do stuff. No, I mean, I feel like it's probably breaking terms of service somewhere, Kezel. But if you actually told Blizzard what was happening, Blizzard would probably be all for it. Because they'd be all like, oh, well, yeah, no, I mean, you're like doubling up account sharing, right? But you're also indoctrinating your children into being lifelong WoW addicts. So, you know, it's fine. Start them young, as they say. Like, how are you, like, gonna survive as a child in a world where you're taught from a very young age that your biggest goal in life is to max out your character's level in WoW? We won't ban you then. Exactly! Like, isn't that... So, like, I played RuneScape at one point in my life, but I played RuneScape a very long time ago. Wasn't that what Zazima was doing? Where it was, like, 4 people or something running that account? And they would just, like, run it more or less around the clock? And then eventually it just ended up being 1 person. But the way, like, that person maintained #1 on all the leaderboards for so long was just, like, several different people playing. You're doing some work for work. Got it. Working on a game whenever I went back to the main menu. Then a custom games page, the custom items doubled in a scroll there instead of refreshing. Very odd, but fixed it. Well, there you go. They might end up using the money their dad gives them to pay for their own WoW sub. Or, yeah, that would be a thing. Gotta level dad's account so that you can pay for your own account. That's like just the too real version of, like, how do I put this? That is the too real version of, like, Isk and Eve, where you could, like, purchase time with in-game currency, except you're getting time for playing the game, and Dad's paying for it. Anyway, I'm gonna go use the washroom. I will be back momentarily. I'm gonna leave the city on this view. Gaze upon the glory. I do have to say very big thank you to those of you tuning in today. I do really, really appreciate it. And helping me expand this city. When I come back, I'm gonna poke the military civilization screen for a little bit and see if I can figure out how to deal with that army in front of my home. I'll be back. Actually caught it before it wrecked my green screen today. The sun's going down, which means my green screen was about to get blasted by a giant white light. They're called skill injectors in Eve? I feel like Eve is not the only game with skill injectors. Someone making a Caesar salad, now you're starving? Yeah. I could go for a macaroni salad. Good news, everyone. New level unlock. I get 4 more nobles, which means I can now get the noble promotions prize winners. That's... haven't played Eve in years. I played 30 days of Eve and my mom said no, I can't pay for it. So then I stopped playing Eve. It's probably for the best. I feel like there's a world where I could have loved Eve, but I don't actually think I live in that world. I feel like I would have just hated it after a while. Oh, I love how I go above 1500 technically, but not in reality. Must increase your status level. Oh, I see. Noble promotions, meaning I can promote these people. Can I undo that? Because I guess I just kind of screwed that up. Could I hold shift maybe? Control? Nope. Oh, it'll become available when they die. All right. Sweet. Just didn't realize that clicking that once is what did it. Kind of figured there'd be a confirm on that, but all good. Holy shit, that's producing a lot now. I'm gonna be selling fruit pretty soon. You played it during COVID mainly? That's a really good COVID game, actually. I played a lot of Trackmania during COVID. Like when I was still actively in lockdowns, a lot of time spent playing Trackmania. Like a lot of time was spent playing Trackmania. Like I got to the point where like I would stream for 8 hours and then I would turn off my stream at the end of the stream and then just open Trackmania and like raid my friend who would stream, and then I would just go from playing a game to then playing playing a game on a stream to playing Trackmania on my friend's stream. It was a very time and place thing. I do still really enjoy Trackmania though, and I will still return to it occasionally, but I don't see myself ever streaming Trackmania again. As much as I love Trackmania, it's, I don't know. It's not a great game for streaming. Unless you're, like, esports ready. It's not, like, unless you're stupid good at that game. It's kind of a hard game to stream enjoyably. Right now, I think, like, kind of the only game I'm actually, let's just cancel a bunch of these jobs. I think, like, the only game I'm actively looking forward to at the moment is honestly probably Streets of Fortuna. Which, even I think I'm a little bit surprised I'm excited for it. I don't know why, but when I initially saw the trailer, I was like, eh. But Streets of Fortuna is something that I'm, like, actually quietly getting more and more and more interested in. I mean, they have a closed alpha that you can sign up for right now. And I mean, it seems like they'll be letting more people in soon. They said they would be, but they haven't really. Copy you. Increase my food storage. You didn't know about the Streets playlist? Thanks for that. You just submitted a request. Yeah, they said in a news blog that they were going to let an initial wave in December and then slowly drip feed more people in. And they told me kind of directly that they saw that I submitted a request, and my name is on a list of people that will get invited as soon as they feel the game is ready to stream. I'm like, yeah, just don't bother inviting me before that. Like, I won't acknowledge it until they think it's, like, you know, functional, which games need to get to before there's really any reason to let me have it. And thanks, G-Beard and Kezel and Mind for helping keep the chat moving. Same with you, Lonerd. I greatly appreciate it. Oh no, there was an accident. Anyways, thankfully we have a hospital now. I have $100,000 dues. Okay, so recruit. No conscripts available to your realm. Have troops. Have your city's troops join this army. Mercenaries. So I could save up $100,000 and recruit these guys. But I don't think I need them. I mean, like, you're 88 strength, 105 strength, 43, 54, 95. This place, their garrison is what? 129, 141, 279. Okay, that's actually pretty strong. I'm thinking I save up 200 grand and make an army that's like half my soldiers and half mercenaries. And then take them out. I mean, there is this army here, which is pretty weak. That I could go kill. Crackalacker, thank you very much for the 6th month. Welcome back. But I do think I need a few more squads. Chat, can I please get a big round of beers for Crackalacker? Keeping that subscription alive for 6 months. Welcome back. I'm actually a little bit surprised the lady didn't say beer. Unless I'm just deaf and tone it out. But thanks for the first notification of money in an hour. Appreciate you. We are currently just under $50 away from hitting the daily minimum. Which means if I stream for 8 hours, I make minimum wage. And also, not to toot my own horn, but I was correct about the stats. We definitely peaked around noon, as I guessed. It's a bit of a shame, but it is what it is. Like, there ain't much I can do about it. It's just kind of the reality. I can harvest less coal, I think. Yeah. Let's bring you down to 50 people working. Orc with a bow, thank you very much for the raid. It's the first raid of the stream. That means a whole lot. How goes the world of the orcs? I'll have you know that this is a city full of 1,500 orcs. Orcs are peaceful farmers in this universe. What were you up to today, Orc? Hopefully something interesting. Okay, so this chamber... Camber, aka chamber. I do really like taking chambers and like pushing them partially underground. I think they look really nice that way. Let's also go here and just type in basement. And then I think it's roads, right? Fancy roads. Paved roads. Fancy roads. Which I can afford now. Makeshift weapons. Fine crafting tools. I feel like I need more in the way of entertainment, like Bloodsport. Okay, I just need 60 points. Hey, maybe we'll get 60. No, I get you. I've finally been able to play the Oblivion remaster and it runs at 25 frames. Hey, just subtract 1 frame and it'll be cinematic. They say that that's perfectly acceptable in some circles. I don't know if I agree with that. But, cheers, dude. Fight pit. Who likes a fight pit? Not the people who I have here. At all. Why did I bother unlocking that then? I should go forget that. I do wish to forget the following technologies. Well, I got the fancy roads now. Could make pillars and sculptures. Unlocking this tech will result in 3.8 more workers affected in the industries, 0.75 more workers per tech point. If crafts or workers cover the cost of the tech, then it might not be a good idea to unlock it. Yeah. Road. I'm going to go to roads. And we're going to go to this. Forest Plaza. Which, actually, I should just fucking grab masonry. That's what I should do. Because... yeah. Masonry. That's cheap. It takes stone and makes fancy rock. It's time to build a fancy rock building industry. Let's just see if I can fit you into here. Let's do that. Let's do this. Thought I changed you. Come on. Back in my Dwarf Fortress with half that many frames, and we were happy about it. If you go download a version of Dwarf Fortress from like 2007 right now, and run it on your computer, and you embark, I guarantee you, you will not have more than 15 frames a second at the start. Like, I know a bunch of people have nostalgia for that old intro movie, but that intro movie used to take 3 times as long. Back in those days. That. Can I get a square one? Brings it up to 88. Brings it up to 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 97. Okay. Kind of a shitty foundation, though. That's fine. Wait, what? 4K and had 1,000,000 polygons. Was like the original one, or do you mean the? Did they market the original like? Tomb Raider as a game in 4K with 1,000,000 polygons? I remember the 1,000,000 polygons part. It's the 4K part that's throwing me out. You're being facetious? Okay, I was gonna say. I don't think that's how many polygons her tits had. I counted. It was more like 4. The irony doesn't. Yeah, I mean, you could do that by like putting a kappa there. Humor reads more clear if you're doing that. We're in an ad break, so I will just let the game run at slower speed. Yeah! Imagine how many you could fit if you had 1,000,000. Elfie. I mean, there were triangles. It was like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then maybe one for the back. It's where you put the super glue to stick the party hat on her boob. I saw a old school Lara Croft cosplay once, and it was like 80% cardboard. It was one of the funniest fucking things I've ever seen. See, chat out here is talking about like hostile architecture and like spikes on benches, and I'm sitting here going like, we used to like the spikes. Wasn't even so long ago. Fucking missile bras. I mean, hey, missile bra is the scariest thing you could possibly inflict on... I don't know. It's like up there with flamethrower tits. What are we talking about? I'm trying to get your attention, chat room. Thanks for swinging by the way, Alfie, and hanging out in the chat. It's a low-key quiet day. Forest Plaza. I'm really curious to see what these forest plazas end up looking like. These orcs really like these forest plazas, supposedly. Oh, those look lovely. Madonna would tell her to calm down on the pointy. I don't know. I think that it was I think that, like, Lara Croft was inspired by Madonna. Drink is terrible. Food is pretty bad. Oh, right. I should get restaurants. Restaurants used to just be, like, default unlocked right at the top. And I still haven't gotten used to the fact that you have to unlock those. So I'm, like, very, in my brain, used to making restaurants, like, third or fourth. Like, one of the first things I make. I haven't quite become accustomed yet to actually having to unlock them. I need 40 knowledge. Blah. I'm going to import leather. Holy crap, a Wu-Tang Clan double 12-inch 45 RPM set that you bought on a whim on Record Score Day has quadrupled in value. Still not as good as investing in RAM. Although, did it actually quadruple in value, or are people trying to sell it for that? Because I know that Discogs can be very, if that's what you're doing, very deceptive. It just says like the average and the median price, but doesn't always tell you how much they've sold for. So somebody could like just have it sitting there for sale, and there could just be one person, and they're just like, here's an astronomical request. Like, I have one record that claims it's worth like $1,800 because there's one person with a sealed copy of it that they've let sit there for sale for $1,800, and it's the only copy for sale. But like, I've seen that record used in record stores for not a lot of money, and I refuse to believe that it's actually worth that much. So, still though, ain't nothing to fuck with indeed. Doing pretty well on the tools. Now, here's the question. When do I need to actually go find a rock deposit? Actually, what I should do is I should start digging into this. Yeah. Should dig into this. Because there's like, up here, there's the stone deposit plus another rock deposit. So I can just... slowly dig out all of this. Keyword there is slowly. Because I'm slowly making this flooring nicer. If I renovate you, let me look at something real quick. That's fine. So, I mean, here's the thing though, right? If somebody says it's $1,800 on Discogs and you put it up for $100, it'll probably sell. And then 2 will be up there for $1,800, you know, like that's what'll happen. I'll be honest, I've never actually sold a record on Discogs. I have, however, sold several records on by just like walking into a record store and selling it. Whether it's mild, so we get a mood boost. Yeah, we're just like powering through our rock supply pretty fast. But thankfully it's getting replenished. They're digging up into that, which will leave us with fuckloads of rock again. Like, turns out digging out a mountain, pretty effective way to just get a whole bunch of spare rock lying around. $267 soldiers. Send out. Army 1. Oh. That. I need to queue up and figure some things out up here. Let's go to Army 1. You. Confirm. I just want to know when raiding this army will plunder the region they are in, gaining resources and slaves. Of course, it will not be appreciated by the owner. Okay. Well, my goal is to get rid of this army. I want to intercept this army. So I'm assuming I just need to wait for them to all populate out here. Let's see how this goes. This is my first time doing this. So if you want to see the combat in this game, maybe look up, I guess. Let me just see if I can hire some mercenaries as well. I can't afford them, but I can afford these guys. They seem kind of shit, though. So I have 256 strength. This enemy has 135. And this here has a garrison of, like, significantly more than what I have. But I can take Army 1 and say go get him. Heh. But they're gonna go intercept. And now I have minus 200 something population here. So yeah, that's good. I'm just gonna go to the carpenter's industry real quick and just fix this problem. So I can actually have enough odd jobbers to not immediately fall apart. Just turn off my carpentry industry for the minute. I mean, that's the best I can do, I guess. click that button. Hopefully that fixes itself. What would you do for a Klondike bar? Are they not supposed to intercept them? Because I've told them... Okay.
This is madness! Madness. This is stone hobo. This is hobo. This is hobo.
Yeet. Also, hi, Hobo. I just realized I'm not hearing any sounds. You guys are, I'm not. I think I know why, though. I'll try this again. Nope. I don't know. Nope, still can't hear him. The fuck?